Hello, everybody, to station number 24, which could have been 25, which is what we were just talking about. You guys didn't do a one-shot. Then all the stress and drama wouldn't have been here today. Ow!
Bye.
Felicia just couldn't handle it. Just rage quit. Did you want to mute yourself?
No, I tried to minimize Discord and I hit the wrong button.
Ow! Ah, yes. Still the well-oiled machine that we are. I mean, keeping true to our name. I'm thinking about like changing our profile picture, but seeing my face there every single time is just like, oh man. Is that the best impression we are making? But oh well.
It's a nice placeholder so I can find it really quickly.
Yeah, that is true. It is quick to find. Because like the background is also just blatantly white.
Yeah.
Which is the one thing like designers say never to do, like never have something completely white because it's just unpleasant for the eyes. Or we can use it to our advantage and people will always find us. Well, anyways, enough rambling, otherwise this will continue on for another 15 minutes. I think we'll just be happy that all 4 players are back again. Let's hope it stays this way. I'm also praying, actually I should have mentioned this before, but I guess it's also good to mention now, since I am once again going back home tomorrow, but I will be staying there for like 2 weeks. So my background finally for the first time will change after a long time. Yeah, I'm just hoping that everything, I can get my setup there right, because I need 3 monitors so I can actually record it without shit going wrong. So I'll have to try and get a 3rd one when I'm there. I will just steal it from my brother and he won't be able to do anything about it. And that's the end of my statement. Okay. Let's get right into the introductions. Starting off.
Just before that, don't be scared. I'm gonna turn off my camera for just 1 second. I need to take a picture of something, but I am still here. Don't worry.
Okay. Good that you warned me, otherwise I do panic. Luckily, when Skid turns the camera off, the layout stays the same. Anyone else turns the camera off, everything is fucked. So, I am happy about that. Okay, then once again, to the introductions, our legendary genius comedian, as we have established last week.
Gosh. I don't think so. I am Greg, and I'm playing Eirik Spanner, a human artificer. He's going through a whole lot, and yeah, he's trying to find where he belongs, basically.
Hi, I'm playing Dr. Fiera. Yeah, so she's actually super excited to go to this ruin because she is an archaeologist. She's been an archaeologist for years for the Faith-Guided Institute of Holy Preservation. So it's literally her job to go and recover and discover ruins and artifacts and sideways people and, you know, what's heretical and what isn't. Generally people that defy gravity are, you know, heretical, and we would catalog them.
Yeah, such as yourself, maybe.
Hi, I'm Skit, and clearly after 25 session, I still don't know what I'm doing. Hi, I play Isorel Leofina, the High Elf Druid / Cleric, and my character is actually pretty excited about what's coming up because it is going to touch a little bit on her background. So yeah, she's definitely interested in what's going on.
You're still muted. 25 sessions in and we still can't get it right.
I'm a hot mess today, okay? I'm sorry.
We all are.
I'm Felicia. I'm playing Arya, the High Elf Soul Knight Rogue. She just doesn't know what's going on. Her mind's being melted. She's got a blood curse. She doesn't know what's happening.
Yes, a usual. Oh my god, a usual Saturday evening for the Fate Weavers. Just getting fucked all the way around. Well, I think this is like the first time that the majority of you say that they're excited, so that's positive. Let's hope it stays that way. And we will determine that by rolling a D100 before the session starts and before I forget it. Gosh.
Not it. Not it.
You always assume it's a bad thing. It could be a good thing.
It depends what we roll, right?
Yeah. Really, no one is willing to roll
Anyway,
an 88.
Doubles.
Interesting. Yeah, doubles, which in the unknown army system is extremely bad if you failed. And it's also a very bad number in Germany.
And it's my lucky number. Well, 8 is my lucky number, so we don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing coming from me.
Oh man.
Interesting. Okay.
we're great. This is fine.
Yeah, this is fine. I mean, 88.
Would it be? Oh, I gotta keep track of what we've been rolling. I'm not gonna be able to find it. That's not possible.
Yeah,
I'm on it. I got
yeah,
this.
Greg the Master Detective, just like last time, scrolling all the way to the very beginning to find a.
I feel like the first one was like 13 or 12. I don't remember what the second one was.
Something
when did
like
we
that,
start
yeah.
doing it? I forget when our first D100 was.
I
It's been
will
like 3 days.
I will say, as a minor hint, that they aren't all the same things that you're rolling for.
Yeah, we could have just rolled for weather on the road.
It could be. It could be maybe you just see a funny animal, you know, and that determines how funny is that animal. 88? Pretty funny. Okay. Well, we will see what happens, and for that we will just start by rolling another D100.
Oh my god.
And while they're
My
rolling another
goodness.
D100, we're just gonna go right into
I'll
the
do it
intro.
this time.
Yes. Yes. Oh.
Oh no.
Of course.
Oh my god, it's like amazing.
Of course.
88 and 66. I mean, yeah, you can't think about it.
Is this an omen for us that we're all just gonna die?
An omen. Oh no! Okay. I was panicking because Matt's camera to go off.
Yep. That was not the right button.
Okay, intro time. It's always sad to see people die. It really is. Rotten corpses infested with blight. The smell of burning flesh in the air. And the sight of your fellow friends heaped up in a pile. Burning away slowly and turning to ash. Really makes you start to think after a while, why the hell we even do this? It's not like we're getting anything from it anyways. No. In fact, all we get is seeing our comrades die, day after day. To protect the people is what some of us tell ourselves. But I've learned that any excuse to convince oneself will eventually wear itself thin, and you'll have to desperately find a different lie to convince yourself of continuing on. So you can truly believe me when I say this is nothing personal. My life just wasn't that great. And now I ended up here with you. But don't worry, it'll all be over for you shortly, and in a twisted way. I kind of envy you for that. I'm too scared to die. But someday I will. And I'll be happy when that day comes. Yes. So, for a quick recap, you guys have been chilling in Azathic's archives in an attempt to try and find out what the fuck is going on with you. Specifically, what the hell this mark is on your body. You presume, with a high degree, that it potentially could be a blood curse inflicted on you by Calix himself, since you have been seeing him on numerous occasions. And even though you have been told, or at least Fiera directly, that ignoring him will be enough to kind of, avoid the actual effects of the curse itself, it seems like for some of you it's still a little bit different, as Calix seems to be able to push the right buttons to trigger a reaction. Specifically, as three of you were doing some research in one of the branches of the Inquisition that is flanking the actual Zephyr's archives, you made contact with Calix again, and after trying to push him out of your head, Arya screamed no. Fiera came, tried to intervene by dispelling her mark as she did with herself, but unfortunately, subconsciously or inadvertently bringing forth some more potent magic that she's used to from a potential alternate reality, as she kind of used some of her shadowmancy abilities to make it work, as her own power didn't seem to be sufficient enough. You accidentally dispelled part of Arya's mind, kind of breaking her consciousness to bits, after which Arya suffered some major psychic damage, went into a kind of a comatose after she had a few spasms, and her nose, just like the first time you met Calix and Arya had the same reaction, started to bleed profusely, leaving behind only the mark that is also on you guys' forearms. You tried to leave, some weird things happened as you tried to do that, and then just out of emergency you brought her to the hospital, reconvened with Isorel, who had a conversation with one of her prior professors, who taught her the art of talking / diplomacy. He told you some of his theories, as he was inadvertently investigating kind of the diplomatic developments over the years, and he was, or seems to be, a bit suspicious about what Collis has been doing over these years, and that everything that has been leading up to this point seemed like a setup that they had been planning, or at least they knew that it would come to this point. But having no clear evidence, he's just saying this is the only logical thing on a diplomatic perspective of why they would have done what they have done. But nonetheless, he said there's not much he can do, since he's the professor that talks a lot, and yeah, Isorel, you kind of, catch up a little bit. You kind of informed him about the stuff that had happened in Zunania. He knew a bit of it, and it just seemed like the entire nation of Azathia is kind of in a pickle. After also having a brief interaction with Calix, you decided it would be better to leave, since he also informed you that Arya was in danger. Not wanting to believe him, you still took the threat, or maybe just the warning, seriously, and so you kind of tried to find the others, which you did, and where you then also eventually found out that Arya was indeed hurt, at least, but didn't seem to be any life-threatening danger. You guys then kind of just went about. You met a contact, Mrs. Vashina, which was given to you by Telding. She is not a local professor, but a professor at Zunania who studies history. She was wanting to investigate some ruins for some time, but wasn't able to because all the protection bands and military have been placed into more urgent, quote-unquote, missions or quests, probably because of the safety precautions that the nation of Azathia is doing in preparing what could potentially be a war, since you are relatively confident that the Zelianis Pact is going to be signed in probably the next Voss or so. And so as a kind of distraction, and also as a benefit, you agree to help her because she would also be able to grant you access into the Zephyrus archives, where you can then personally look for the books you wish to, instead of relying on third-person figures like the Inquisition members of Arya. And so, with nothing else to do except for the preparations for the next day, 6 a.m, as Vashina said, she's a punctual lady. You went back, some of you bought some stuff, Fiera going back to her old ways, buying equipment necessary for archaeology. I got it.
Digging.
Yes. You all then returned to go to sleep. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, it wasn't Greg this time. Matt is dying inside. He's like, oh, Bob.
I died, yes.
We are children. And talking about Matt, the last thing that did happen was Fiera, during her sleep, woke up in a ruined place. Dark, rainy, a storm casted over her, and only seeing her brother step in front of her, to then only apologize and fall on his knees and on the ground. After which, you, Fiera, wake up, and it is morning. So, what do you guys want to do as the sun is shining?
I guess I'm gonna wake up and Dell bright and early.
Yes?
Hey, so I was thinking, congratulations, you won't have to work on that list that I made. Instead, I think I'm gonna find you a job. And we don't have a lot of time.
A job?
Yep, because I need you to continue your training and keep busy as I'm gone. Because time's a thing. So, get dressed. Let's go.
Where's my shirt? Jesus. Kind of stumbles around trying to look for a shirt. Finds it eventually, and as he's kind of dressing up, he's like a proper job, or like, I thought I'm working.
I'm gonna volunteer you for a job that I think will fit you pretty well.
And you care to tell me what that job might be?
I mean, you'll find out once you get there, right?
I mean, yeah, but at least you can allow me the time to mentally brace myself for becoming a janitor.
I mean, that's possible. No, I'm going to bring you over to the barracks. You see, they're kind of understaffed, and I'm going to volunteer you to be the assistant of whoever's in charge. That way you can get some training, you can get some first-hand knowledge, you can keep busy. maybe earn a coin.
So you're enlisting me into
I
some...
am volunteering your service until I come back.
Doesn't volunteer usually mean that I then don't get paid?
Well, we'll see how it goes.
Kind of looks at Tila. She's still asleep.
Oh, I guess I'll start writing a note just saying, Andel will be looking for a job today. He'll come back once he has time.
Okay. Well, I'm just a bit worried that if I work for the military, I presume I have to stay in the barracks then for the entire time. Like, how am I supposed to then take care of Tila?
Don't worry. Like I said, this will be unique. Look, leave it to me, and I'll set you straight. I'm not giving you to them. I'm just letting them borrow you.
Finish putting on his shirt and his armor. Kind of just looks confused. You know, I'm a bit worried. The last time you said you wanted to do something, we ended up getting kidnapped and put inside of a underground secret dungeon. You know? So...
But that was successful.
Was it?
I made a friend, and I gained a lot of intel.
A friend?
Most of which, well, an acquaintance. A work partnership.
I mean... Who
Okay,
is...
the alternative was he was going to kill us if we didn't work with him.
Yeah! So he's obviously a bad guy, right? He tried to kill us!
I'm still working that out.
Plus that one guy that came to visit in the library said there are like some bad people in Talis working, and the group he's a part of is associated with that group. So, in my head at least.
We are in the thick of it, which gives us the most information.
Okay. You got the brains. I don't have the brawn yet. Yeah, okay, yeah, well, okay. I'll try and do my best, I guess.
It's mostly just to continue your training. But you want to be something more, right? I mean, you know there's demon attacks. You know there's a war coming. I assume you want to survive through it?
Yeah.
You want to protect Selia?
Yeah, but, you know, there are like many different ways you can approach that. Like, I would have just used what I've been doing. You know, what I'm actually
You
good
would
at.
have hid, yes, and run, and
Which seems to be, you know, safer. Because, you know, if I get into danger, my sister's probably going to be in close proximity to me, which I do not like.
so you need to learn to cut down that danger.
Yeah, but it would be better if danger never even got to us, because we were hiding and far away from it.
I need to remind. I was on the high plane in Sunanir, and a gigantic demon appeared at the castle. The most well-guarded spot in the entire city. You can't always hide from problems.
Wow, it's been, you know, working for me for the last 23 years, I'm just saying, so...
But we'll talk about this later.
Okay. And he picks up his his sword, and then stuffs it to the side. In the meantime, in the other room, I reckon Isorel's probably already been awake for the last 4 hours, but...
Yeah, probably awake and like all packed and ready to go. Just waiting for Irie.
He's sleeping. It's early.
looking in the position of the sun, be like, yeah, we're gonna be late, and poke, poke, poke. Eirik, wake up! Eirik,
He's just
wake
gonna
up!
like shift and like. Mm.
Full body shove. Come on,
God,
wake up!
stop! Oh, Jesus, what is? Don't do that.
It's so hard waking humans up. Come on, we're gonna be late.
Okay.
We still have to go pick up Arya at the hospital as well. She's probably awake.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Give me a couple seconds here. Whew. He just kind of just sits up on the side of the bed and like shakes out the out the night and tries to wake himself up a little bit. Okay. All right. Yeah. So are we bringing Fiera? What do we have to go get her?
I'm sure from the commotion I'm hearing that she's already awake.
Okay.
So-
Lead the way.
Come on. Let's go.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
It's exciting.
I don't doubt that.
I haven't-
But, I mean, I really enjoyed having my own room back when we were in the High Plains. That was great, not having to be woken up like that.
I don't know how to wake humans up. I naturally wake up after 4 hours. You guys sleep so long.
Yeah, the normal way.
The human way.
Oh. Okay. All right.
Alright, let's
Point
go.
is,
And
I'm
I'll,
up now. All right. So let's. Ugh. All right.
I'll grab my stuff and lead the way out to meet up with Fiera.
I'm gonna lie back down in bed.
Yeah, you probably catch me and Dell probably just leaving the room.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Eirik, and I'll just like turn around to point at Eirik and see that he didn't follow me. And just swing the door wide open. Come on, wake up!
Ah! Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm coming.
He's probably not a morning person. I think people like him kind of tinker into the night and then sleep till noon, then tinker into the night, you know.
That's pretty accurate.
Yeah, I figured as much. I haven't figured the correct way to wake humans up yet, so I tend to barge in.
Nothing. No. I'm just hungry.
Oh.
I'm just hungry.
Oh, I thought that was okay, I thought that was Gaelic, so I was like, oh god.
Yeah, I got worried as well for a second
yeah,
there.
I'm sorry. My stomach sometimes sounds like You know, he's the same. You know, a pain in the ass. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Okay. Oh
Oh,
no.
I was thinking
Yeah, sure. Alright.
we should use a code name for him. I was thinking some funny word maybe. That way whenever we mention him, it's not just doom and gloom.
Does that make it better or worse?
I mean-
Both, I guess?
If we choose a word, would he know the word? Would
yeah,
it
but
prevent
that's
him
stupid.
from knowing
It's-
we're talking about him?
It's just to put our minds at ease a little bit and maybe think about him less.
Okay, how about we now think about foods like scrambled eggs with a side of toast with some bacon. Oh man.
Or maybe we just grab some pastries to go and we get going because people are waiting.
True. But before we meet with Sheena, I do need to drop Andela. If you all want to come with, you can.
We also have to pick up Arya from the hospital and get her ready.
Right. Hopefully she's awake. Well, when you two grab her, I'll drop Andela off, and we'll meet at Sheena's complex.
I remember saying that we should meet her at the southern gate.
Yeah.
That was a test. Congratulations, you passed.
Yes.
I like grab a paper gold star I kind of made and give it to him.
Oh wow. No, so the kids. In
I could have literally made you a really cool star. What are you doing this little paper thing for?
I didn't know you could. Well, you have to make some for him.
I mean, it's the thought that counts, right? Okay, let's just get going.
Yep.
And then waddles down the stairs. And I guess for the first part we will follow Isoel and Irik as you make your way to the hospital, I presume.
Yes.
Okay. Then, you walk through the city. It is obviously not as sprawling right now. Most people do seem to be waking up, probably, collectors and hunters and stuff like that go out to get food, and also merchants who travel long ways. It's also always better to wake up early so you can leave early. So the city is pretty desolate for the time being. So once again, pretty easy. A few minutes walk to get to the hospital, maybe like 10 minutes. Last time you were kind of like jogging there. This time I presume, just casually walking there. And once again, you see the big white building, several staff members that are inside. Doesn't seem to be, much happening at the moment inside of here. And you can see the counter, and as you approach, a young half-elven woman then kind of looks up. Hello, yes, what can I do for you today?
Morning. I was wondering if one of your patients, Arya, was awake.
I don't think I can know that here from the desk for sure, but if you wish to visit her, I can see if she's available. Oh,
Yes, please.
right. Let's take me a moment. You said Arya, is that correct?
Yes.
And
She was brought in yesterday.
Yes, I see. Yeah, you can go and visit her. She seems to have been stabilized. In fact, we were planning for her to leave later this afternoon, but if you wish to pick her up earlier, that's also a possibility.
Yeah, that would definitely be the best option. Yes.
All right. Well, she might still be asleep. Seeing she was resting quite a while for her mind and stuff. If you wish to know more about the condition, you can talk to the doctor, although I think he's quite busy at the moment, so we would have to probably wait a few moments, although he might spare a few minutes on the way here. It's only if you wish to know more, that is.
Thank you very much. Could you show us the direction to get to her room or the place she is at?
Yes, in fact, I think it's just easy if you get one staff member to join you. Yes, Valina. Yes, they're going to room 203. Area Einsicht. Yes, and then you can see young, also wood elf, female, no, girl. That kind of just comes up, also with this very clean white and green dress on. Also has a symbol of the Zephyrus Archives imprinted on it with a little hat on it. She has very kind of like vibrant, almost like orangish but brown hair. You know, the kind of brown that just shines very saturated when it's in light. And obviously the entire hospital ward is illuminated greatly by multiple magical lights that kind of are similar to LED lights for our real world comparison. Just kind of like strips of glowing rocks or something like that have been placed up there. And it just kind of says, hello, yes, just follow me real quick. And she kind of leads the way. Go down a long hallway where you can see several patients are there. Carts made out of silver or steel. Multiple rooms on the left and right sides. Very long corridors. And you take a right turn after you come to a T section. And then on the second room to the right after that T section, she just kind of opens up the door, kind of looks inside first, and then just looks at you and says, yes, well, she still seems to be asleep, but I presume you are a friend, so you know how to deal with that. If there's anything else you require, I shall be waiting outside.
No, thank you. Thank you very much.
Alright. And then opens the door, and you can enter. And as you step inside, it's a solo room. It's about maybe like 10 to 15 feet big. You can see white curtains that are kind of set up so you can surround the patient so nobody can look at her, but they seem to be currently open. No windows inside of here, just a painting of the forest is on the opposite side of where Ari is currently residing on a bed. Sleeping. Seems like her eyes are closed. White sheets, white cushion. And yeah, your friend is in front of you sleeping.
How you wake her up? Let's see.
I'll sheepishly, like, Arya, are you awake?
And my eyes just like pop open and stare at you.
Good morning.
Why are you always so bright-eyed, bushy-tailed in the morning?
Because it's the best way to wake up. I'm just glad you're okay, and I'm just gonna bear hug her.
You hug her. It's also a kind of weird sensation for you, Arya, since you are in High Elf, you don't usually sleep. You don't even know what sleep is, for the most part. So this is less like waking up, you weren't dreaming or anything, because you weren't technically asleep, you were unconscious for the entire duration. However, you have the special ability of psionics, so you usually sense when people are around, and you're very familiar with the sense of Israel, which is what allowed you to actually wake up. It's just, you know, this isn't the first time that it's occurring where you were dozing off and then Israel kind of knocked you back into reality. And it's the same sensation. You were just kind of gone, passed out for a while. You don't know how. And then you just kind of are back to it. And it just seems like you just lost pieces of time. But as you wake up, you do feel it like a minor headache still kind of in the back of your head. It's not super strong. It's just, you know, lightly tapping your head, like if you've had a concussion before and you kind of wake up after sleeping it off. There's still that residual pain that was there before. And then slowly the memories come back of what actually occurred, and then you start remembering how Fiera did what she tried to do, and after that everything's just blank.
So, how are you feeling?
I think I'm okay. I feel off.
Yeah, I bet. So the good news is you're cleared to leave. We can take you with us. The better news is we're actually leaving on a mission to explore some draconic ruins.
Question is why?
You'll have to ask Viera. She kind of got us into that one. But basically, if we bring this woman to the archives and back in one piece, we'll have access to the archives, like, however we want.
We'll also get that fancy little statue thing.
Yes, also that.
That fancy statue thing?
It's a whole thing. So the guy that Fiera and I met before we left, he gave us this thing to give to her when we met her here. It's some kind of old, like, religious relic thing. It's got a lot of fancy powers, specifically powers to help people stay alive.
Basically, if and correct me if I'm wrong, Eirik, but basically that statue thing allows me to prevent someone from dying or bring them back from the dead, or some, like, in those realms. I didn't understand everything. Like, I'm still a little bit confused. But yeah, I can prevent someone from actually dying with this thing.
Yeah, and we have a lot of dying going around, so...
I technically haven't died. I'd just like to point that out.
Okay. That's fine. But y'all have gotten so close to it. And...
I barely got scratched once.
Okay, you've almost gotten scratched. All
I'd
right.
also like to point out you lost a finger, friend.
That's
not a scratch.
Right.
I win
Okay,
for
and
once.
I just hide my hand behind my back.
When are we leaving for this adventure?
Right now.
Now.
Did you guys bring my pack with all of my gear?
There it is.
Okay.
So the bad news is, because there's always bad news. Well, the doctor might have mentioned that maybe it would be a good idea that if for a day or two you did not use your psionic abilities to let your mind calm down.
You understand that makes me almost useless, right?
I knew it would make you happy like that. Yeah. Yes, I completely understand, which is why, as your longest, bestest friend on Earth, I would recommend that you follow the doctor's orders, but as also your longest and bestest friend, I also know that you don't listen to anyone, so I would assume that you will still use your abilities.
I will do my best. I can't promise anything.
Just don't push yourself too hard, is all that's important right now. You know,
And-
we're going to be traveling a little bit, so we still
Maybe
have
stay
time
away
to-
from Fiera too.
This isn't Fiera's fault. I asked Fiera to help.
No,
Well,
I understand
I
that.
She meant well. She really meant well. It just kind of backfired a little bit.
You just don't want to be in the splash zone if she does anything that maybe affects you. I don't know.
So yeah, no brain tickling for a couple days. But hey, we're going to Draconic Ruins.
You just see Arya like going through her bag, trying to get an inventory, and she goes, "This could be useful." And she pulls out one dagger, and then, "Oh, I have a bow. I could figure out how to use this, right?" All right, and then I start going through my stuff, trying to like do an inventory on what I could use to my advantage.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you have? Like I've got a little hand crossbow if you want.
Well, I
I've
have-
literally never used it. I've built it.
I have a short bow and some arrows. Oh, here's a crowbar. I could smack somebody around with that. I tuck that back in. I have a hammer. I have some ball bearings. I could lay a trap for somebody. I could figure it out.
Well,
I've relied
I've got
on my
it. So
skills.
if you want it or want to try it at some point, like I said, I've never used it. It's yours if you need something.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's gonna be weird. I've relied so much on my skills for so long. I don't know how to function without them.
Yeah, that's kind of the point I was making yesterday when talking to the doctor. Like, telling you not to use your psionic abilities is basically telling you to not be yourself.
I was trained to use them in every aspect of my life.
Yeah, that's kind of what makes you you, right?
Yeah. Alright, so
We'll figure this. We'll figure it out.
I guess let's blow this popsicle joint. Sorry. Arya would not say that. That's just a Felicia phrase.
Like, what does that mean? Sounded like you wanted to blow up the hospital. Joke style.
No, it's a
No, my-
it's a phrase that we sometimes use over here, like when we're like need to get out of somewhere quick, like a bunny.
my literal thinking brain just saw a popsicle bend down. Anyways,
Okay. I guess you just get back
Matt,
dressed.
have you ever heard that phrase?
Like 20 years ago? You know, 25 years ago?
Oh, that
Sure.
makes it worse.
It's been a long time.
Wait, that means it has an origin? I thought that was like something Felicia made
Yeah, I
up.
tried to remember. I think it's from a movie.
I'm gonna Google it.
Yeah, like a long time ago.
Oh, jeez. Okay, that's the current mystery that this group is trying to figure out. Where does that catchphrase come from?
Quality content.
Yeah, right here. It's just like... also taken away by own. Like, what the fuck? Seems like they're deep in research. Well, while they are researching it.
From the 1953 movie The Wild One.
Oh, even farther back. Wow.
1953.
That sounds right.
What the hell is that doing inside of your brain?
So basically, yesterday is what you're saying.
Well, it keeps getting reused, right? 'Cause it's kind of a popular catchphrase.
Yeah,
So.
it became popular again in the 1990s.
Yeah.
Which is when I
there you
grew
go.
up.
There you
so-
go. It all makes sense.
Yeah.
I guess I am too young for this. Okay. Well, continuing onwards. Aria, you get back dressed inside of your working clothes, which I so well, and I request a kindly to take with them. No, they didn't take it with them. They are lying next to you because the hospital placed it there. I'm stupid. The equipment that you got, you equip yourself with a dagger, a hammer, and a crowbar, and some ball bearings. And prepare yourself the best way you can. As you leave the room, you see the nurse is still there, and as you kind of leave, she does kind of go to you, Aria, and you can see she has like a little box in her hand, which she then kind of tries to give you as she says, "Ah, okay, it seems like you're doing fine, everything's feeling alright."
The best that I can be.
Alright. Well, the doctor prescribed these to you to maybe help you feel a little bit better. We don't have much in terms of psychic recovery. It's usually a natural process, so it's difficult to speed things up. However, since we have heard from your associates that you require them in your work life, we have kind of, or the doctor, I had no part in this creation, kind of made up with this. If you just take one, at least maybe for one day now, every 1 hour or so, it might help you recover a bit. Still, the doctor recommends to limit, or in best cases, not to use your psionic abilities. But if you are for some reason forced to do so, it's better if you have taken one of these pills beforehand, so they might be able to help you. Alright?
Okay, thank you.
No problem. Alright.
I look at Izrael. Don't let me forget to take these every hour. Oh, she's distracted.
There, I heard everything. Yes, I'll do my
okay.
best to remind you.
It might
Um,
make it so I can use my skills.
Yes.
Before we leave the room, you know how like at hospitals they have like the chart, like the clipboard with the patient's information on it? Do they have anything like that in this room with like info about Aria?
No, they don't have that in this room.
No, there's nothing there. Okay.
No. That is very modern.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty
I thought
fun.
they always did that.
It seems like something they would do. Just
Yeah,
But now there's like digital stuff and
true. Yeah, no. Since it's fantasy and everything's magical, it's weird to write down a magical condition. But yeah, no. They don't have it here. Probably have to talk to the doctor if you wish to learn more. And that's probably also the reason why the staff member asked you whether or not you wanted to talk with the doctor. Since Skid is dying, I guess. Man, like, we are crazy today. Like, what the fuck is going on?
it's Tuesday.
Yeah. It's always Tuesday.
Oh yeah.
You
I'm
okay?
so sorry. Yeah, sorry. I have a little bit of heartburn, so we just got some heartburn medication. It has like that, like, you know, the thing that they have in the bottle, like the cotton ball thing that they
Oh,
keep
yeah,
in
yeah.
the medication. Yeah, I can't touch that. Like it makes me
Oh.
like all gross
Oh.
inside. and my boyfriend was going like
Yep,
this
yep,
with a
yep.
cotton ball in front of me. So yeah, that was a full
That makes
reaction.
sense.
Yes, yes.
Man, from
Interesting.
all the things that could have happened, I did not expect
A
that.
cotton ball.
A cotton
Are you
ball.
expecting to be a mimic?
A mimic trying to be a cotton ball. No, that's...
Oh yeah, cotton balls are my kryptonite. Now you know.
I'm pretty sure a lot of things are your kryptonite, as we have learned. And we can add cotton ball to that list. Now imagine...
Moving on.
I would write that shit down. Okay, yes, moving on. You leave the hospital ward unless anyone still wants to do something there. I don't think so.
I mean, it might as well. Do we want to find out anything from a doctor that maybe we don't know? Because are we just gonna walk out of here without knowing anything?
I mean, we kind of know what happened. Like,
Well, I mean, we know what happened, but I don't know. They were able to stabilize her just like that. It seems like they have knowledge about something, and
well, it might be a good thing to know what to do in case it happens while we're out there, but I feel like they're all so much more powerful than I would be in this occasion, and also we kind of have that medication that the doctor gave her to help prevent. But yeah, Arya, would you like to talk to a doctor?
I mean, I think Eric's right in the sense that if, like, we're somewhere and not easily accessible to go to clerics or to a hospital, I think it might be good if we have a general idea of, you know, what to do if this happens to me.
it's not so much like what to do. I mean, if we're out in the middle of nowhere, we're kind of screwed. Like, no offense, but like, we're probably in some deep trouble. I kind of just want to know if they know anything else about the curse.
Oh,
Well, they might have discovered some things about that. Yeah. That's an interesting point.
it's a really good point. I give you props for that.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
People don't often say that.
We bonded. Remember before I went unconscious?
Well, yeah. I mean, bonding's one thing, but I don't know. People just don't. I haven't been praised for work for my ideas. It's new.
Well, get used to it, buddy. And then I like try to look for a nurse.
The one
So, like-
standing next to you just gave you the pills.
Oh, I thought they left.
She walked away.
No, she was...
Can
We were debating finding a doctor right in front of the nurse.
standing there patiently.
Can we speak to the doctor, please?
Yeah, I can try and see if he has time, but I think since you are a patient currently leaving, that should be possible. If you just could wait in the lounge, and then he will come to you.
Thank you.
And you just, walk back. And kind of sits there in front of the desk. Desk lady kind of, does like a little bit of small talk to Ari. Just says, "Oh, everything's okay," yada yada yada. And after a few minutes, You see a male wood elf who wears like this kind of sleeveless long robes that are more like a deep yellowish green color with a very fine silk white shirt under it tucked into his trousers, which look more like which not only look but are like kind of a dress form. The best way I can describe it is actually, it looks like a kimono, what he's wearing, so like a Japanese samurai, which is for us would be a bit off-putting since he's a doctor. He has very nice long brown hair and the ends of them are a bit curly. And they also have that kind of very bright orange sheen to it when the light hits it at the right angle. Very long face, wearing very small spectacles that rests on his somewhat larger but thin and pointed nose as he comes here. And you get the sense that, or at least Isorel, that he is a not a cleric but a druid, actually. As he kind of steps inside you, the way he presents himself is more of, the free arm space and stuff like that is to be more connected to nature and stuff like that. So he seems to be more naturally inclined and not so much, holy in a sense. Although with druids, it's often hard to tell. Sometimes they can be clerical, but still can be considered a druid, or the other way around, a druid can be considered clerical. It's almost like in the same realm. It depends which specific path you take. But you get a very similar sense from what you can have inside of yourself. You just, from one druid to another, you can feel his acclamation towards nature as he kind of steps inside. So, Miss Arya, it seems like you are doing well enough to be able to leave the wards. Is that correct?
That's what I've been told, yes.
Alright, and I heard from our nurse that you wish to know more about your condition or what has caused it.
Well, I have a general idea of what caused it, but I just have a couple general questions. The one being, if something like this happens again and I'm not easily accessible to seek help, what could my friends do to possibly help me?
Yes, very good question and very important to know. While it was your mind that got affected, so there's not much physically one is able to do to help you. However, putting you into a stable position will help, since your physical body is strongly tied to your mental image and your mental self. So if you're physically comfortable, it most often also eases you psychologically. While you might not be aware in the state you were in, there's still some level of consciousness that can pick up on threats or discomfort, and that might increase the threat or potency of danger while you're inside the specific state you're inside. So putting the first step I would recommend is getting her into as comfortable of an environment as possible. Like I said, she is still somewhat aware of what is happening inside of or around her. You might still hear things and see things, but as you probably notice, you forget them after you wake up, but your subconscious will still take them in. So first step is get her into a comfortable position. Try and stop the bleeding from her nose. Well, we know that many psychic-related damages can cause stronger nose bleeding, and that is just a natural reaction of the body trying to release pressure from the head, since psychic damage usually kicks up the adrenaline of the body, so more blood rushes to the head, but because it's often too much, the body then releases the blood in a way to kind of balance it off, and that usually comes out of the nose. And since you've been hit pretty hard, your nose bleeding was very profusely, and if it wasn't stopped in the matters that your friends have done, you might have suffered even more potent damages, but thanks to your comrades, you haven't sustained any unnecessary injuries of blood loss. Second of all, and this is the more part where we try to fix you, is this is a very delicate matter, and I believe only specific people are able to do this. We had to deliberately take a psionic with us who could do this procedure, but if you can dream walk or go into somebody else's mind, that can be very helpful, since it is your mind that is currently being dissociated, which means it is being released from your body, and depending on what state of mind you're in, that can either increase the process of dissociation, which means ridding yourself of your consciousness, or there are processes that can slow it down. So what psychics usually do is they go inside, and since you're unconscious, they help your unconscious self try to rebuild your consciousness back again. This is, however, only useful in a limited way, and can only help one so far. It has worked with you, it seems like, since you are psionically attuned. I think it's more successful with people like you. So if you have the ability to go into someone else's mind, this would be one way how you could be able to fix it. But like I said, this is a very dangerous procedure, since you could also make it worse.
Okay, thank you. And then I had one more question. I'm sure you've seen the mark on my arm.
Yes.
Do you know anything about it? Any knowledge that you could share with us?
Yes, well, we investigated it. It was bleeding lightly, so we put some sentiments over it to try and heal the wound and close it. But it didn't seem to want to close, which obviously we found a bit curious why this seemingly normal wound wouldn't close. We didn't want to tamper with it too much, since we thought maybe this could have been of some interest towards you. We took the time, or at least the time we had to look into it, but nothing inside of our documentations have come up with anything similar to this before. So this is their first time experience. I have not seen a wound that couldn't be closed. It is connected somehow with well, it's hard to explain. It's just out of our realm, is what I'm trying to say. I still do not fully understand what this is. If you could enlighten me, actually, that's maybe the nature of this mark. That'd be pretty helpful.
So this is actually a blood curse that was given to us.
Blood curse. And you're confident about this?
Yes, it came from Calyx.
Calyx, well, I haven't heard their name before. Haven't dealt much with blood curses, obviously. I have read about them and studied them to a certain degree. And at least from the things that I have read, I am, at least in my expertise, somewhat confident to say that this isn't a blood curse. Or not even a curse, I would go as far as to say. It's not magical. At least when we looked at the well, when we try to identify it and see, which school of magic it resides in, or if there's any magical enchantment inside of there, we didn't pick up anything. I can maybe it didn't work. I can maybe check it once again if you wish, just to make sure, double check.
I'm interested, but at the same time, I'm anxious because every time we've tried to do anything with it, I usually go unconscious.
Oh, don't worry. I'll just be looking at it. I will not be touching or interfering with it. This is all on my part. So, basically, I'm just putting on a pair of glasses. I am not affecting you in any magical way. I have heard how you have come to this state. I'm very well aware that your mind is currently very sensitive.
It's this mark is also affecting us too, and our other friends that are traveling with us. Well, 2 of our other friends that are traveling with us. So it's not just Arya.
Oh. That is very interesting.
Azrael, can you show him your mark?
Yes, of course. And I'll pull up my sleeve and show the doctor.
Yeah. Kind of just waves a few signs inside of the air. Then you can see like a few little leaves go by, and you can feel or smell a light scent of like perfume or just like wild flowers that kind of come up in the air. You can see his eyes glow up with like a dull yellow, changing from his very strong green eye colors into this yellow tone. As he then kind of looks around and then kind of looks at your arm, takes it a bit, turns it. Oh, interesting. It seems like well, the odd thing is it hasn't any color to any school of magic. It just has the color of your own field, your field of consciousness, which also sustains obviously some magical energy. And yours seems to be a bit stronger. Or if I could maybe look at someone else's, maybe to have a comparison.
Eric?
I was wondering why he was sitting so still. I mean, that was like timing.
Right? As soon as I ask him.
But the timing was perfect.
Was impeccable. Or did you accidentally click on the disconnect button, or were you just frozen for a while?
I didn't click anything.
Okay. Well, how much did you miss?
Well, I just no, I literally heard all of that. I have no idea what the hell happened.
Wait, so you did hear that she said Iric, and then you just dropped?
Yeah, literally as soon as I said Iric, you disappeared.
Well, I
You were
heard,
gone.
him wanting to see someone else's mark.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
then I was like, Iric. And then you were just gone.
He leaves the hospital.
The timing was just impeccable.
It's
He just turns around, walks out the door. No, not doing this.
no, you just vanished.
Just wants to look at it.
Yeah, okay. Pull up my sleeve.
Are you looking away?
Yep.
Okay, interesting. These has the same strings as your friends here. He shows to Isarel. Could I see yours again, Arya?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Sure.
Oh no, weird. It also seems to be the same strings now. So when you came to us, it was weaker.
Well, right before my friend tried to get rid of it, I don't really know what she did, but she like did some magic stuff on it.
Interesting. And now you can see he's like taking notes rigorously.
if I remember, correctly, I think when she tried it on herself, Fiera said she tried to dispel it, perhaps, or remove the magic from it. Something along those lines. I don't remember exactly. It's been a few rough days, but I think she mentioned trying to remove the magic behind it.
Well, yes, that seems logical. However, like I stated, this isn't, or at least it isn't magic as we know it, or at least as far as I know it. I am not the deepest arcane practitioner. I gain my strength from my communion with nature, and I haven't seen anything like this in nature before. So this isn't a natural occurring thing. Or the best way I can explain it is similar to a mole. A mole that grows on your forehead. It's a part of your body. So whatever magic your friend has used to try and get rid of it, try to cut off or dispel a part of your friend's body. So it directly, and this is my theory now, interfered with her consciousness. It is like trying to cut off the mole, but obviously since it's a part of your body, you will bleed, you will suffer damages from it. A better way to actually explain this is, since it's still there, this isn't just a mole, this is like you've grown a entire arm.
Are you telling me to cut my arm off?
I'm saying that getting rid of it would be similar to cutting an arm off.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
That might explain why Fiera hasn't felt like herself lately.
Now, I was obviously speaking metaphorically. There isn't a third arm that is currently growing outside of your bodies.
No, our friend has been doubting her abilities. And it started when she tried to remove the mark from herself. Now I'm wondering if that tempered with her as well.
Yeah, so this could have any number of different effects, which I unfortunately cannot tell you what they would be. However, my best recommendation is, like if you do actually grow a third arm, do not try and cut it off. It will end badly. If you do not find a proper procedure to remove it, like a dissection, if you continue with our analogy, and then also have the measures to prevent it from getting worse. For example, that the wound gets infected, the loss of blood, as we have seen with Arya. From what I can tell, that was a minor side effect. You have basically started to cut open the arm, and that was the reaction she got. Once again, metaphorically speaking, but in a psychological way, this is what happened. She got cut in her mind and started to bleed. And I'm hearing myself twice. Right, well, this is all interesting. However, I have a few Well, a lot of patients to attend to. I'll be pleased if you find anything more about this. This is definitely one of the greatest curiosities that has reached my ears in some time. And as the nurse probably has told you, Arya, your psionic abilities, since they're so heavily tied to your mind, be careful with them. Use them gently. Recommendation, of course, is to not use them at all, but if worse comes to worse, you have the tablets that I have given to you.
Yes, thank you. I will try to remember to take it.
Right. Well, alright then, have a nice day, stay safe, and good day. And he takes his leave.
We're never gonna get rid of them, are we?
Not yet. So we have to ignore him and stop talking about him.
Oh, everybody froze.
Okay, Felicia seems to be gone.
No.
And that is
I
a
think she's froze.
perfect image to stay frozen. Oh, she's back.
Oh,
Oh no, she isn't. Oh, she is. Oh, she is.
Okay, we can hear echo through your mic.
I know.
Okay.
It's because of my I'm on my phone and my earphones actually died. So if I'm not talking, I'm gonna have to mute myself every single time, or else you're gonna hear yourself twice.
Yes, it seems to be like worse.
I don't
when
know
it's
if you guys can hear me, but
Mhm.
I'm going to disconnect and reconnect because I can't hear you guys if you're talking.
Dang.
Discord.
Just...
That's always
yeah.
that's how it goes.
I mean, today has been a complete shitfest in every single way, so it had to happen. Hey.
You guys know.
Yeah, you still at the hospital. The doctor just left. He just said, you know, take your pills and stuff, and then if you find anything more, just tell him. But he is a busy man.
All right. Eric, did that help at all?
I mean, yes. It's still frightening, but I mean, we can't really do anything about it, so yeah, I mean, it helped, but we just have to live with it.
I mean, at least now we can tell Fiera a little bit more about that and how it's not actually her fault and not her.
Yeah.
You know? She's not broken. The curse is.
I don't know much of anything. I just know that we're here.
Yeah, well, we're also supposed to be somewhere else, like, now. So we might want to hurry.
Okay, and that is a good transition where we will now switch over to Fiera, going back in time. She is walking to...
I guess the barracks?
Do you know where they are?
I think so. I'm pretty sure. I guess I don't have the city map open, but I think we were. And I talked to a lot of people in town. I think one of them pointed me out to the barracks when I was asking about where like I could find magical help, and they were like, well, you might want to go talk to guards if you need help. So I assume I have a rough direction where it is. And I was pointed out like these are guards, so I can probably find guards too with the stars on the back.
Yep. Yeah, you can just ask a guard, and he will say that the kind of 4 outer things from the city itself, I guess I can't actually take you back to the city map, makes more sense, are the barracks, since, you know, they are the outer defenses of the city. If you see, sometimes takes time to load. So these things on the outside, every single one of them, except for the one that is not in one of the cardinal directions.
That's where the I guess foreign people stay, VIPs.
No. This one is where the hospital is.
Oh,
The VIP was inside of the Innenkreis.
okay,
Yes.
gotcha.
Different circle. A lot of circles. So yeah, you can go to the north, the south, the west, or the east one.
Ooh, I guess if they tell me there's 4, I'll also ask, so who's in charge right now? Do you have 4 like commanders, one at each barracks?
No. So we have a captain, and then we have 3 lieutenants, and then we also have a scout captain for the Green Vanguard.
I see. If I wanted to locate, I guess, a captain, how could I do that?
Well, talking to the captain, if you don't have...
Or a lieutenant, I guess, would probably be fine as well.
Well, if you have special notice, you can just go to one of the barracks and then request a meeting. That's, I think, the fastest and easiest way.
Okay, I should be able to do that. I guess, could I get the name of one of the lieutenants if I head to the South Barracks?
Yes, well, that is where the scout captain resides.
Oh, actually, that would probably be perfect.
Oh, well, his name is Stiletto Valheising. Which
Of course.
I shall...
I'm gonna try it.
Thank you, assistant. Always helpful.
Oh, stiletto. Oh, jeez.
Stiletto Valheising.
Okay, now I have to ask. Female or male? Or something else? I guess I don't judge.
Oh, I wasn't sure if you were talking to me. Male.
Oh no, you're captain. Oh, male. Okay, interesting. Very interesting. And what do they look like, so I know who to ask for once I'm there?
Well, you should probably recognize them the most. Oh no, actually not. They're the scout captain. I haven't really interacted much with the scout captains. They usually spend most of the time outside of the city. I spend my time inside of the city. But yeah, I've seen him a couple of times. He's fairly short. Yeah, goes about here, which would be roughly like 5'5". Yeah, 5'5".
Oh.
Wears a dark green robe for the most of the time. Yeah, and that's about it actually.
And I assume they're a wood elf? Or maybe a high elf?
No, actually not. They are Vintra. It's a mixed breed between elves and dwarves. You would probably be able to recognize him. He's short, but he has a quite large hands for his stature. It's
Well, I'm even more interested to meet him. Thank you so much.
no problem. Always happy to help.
So I'll head to the South Barracks.
Okay.
I'm just imagining, well, because Attack on Titan's a thing. Literally, like Levi from Attack on Titan, I'm about to meet. They will go so badly.
Oh dang! Similar,
That's all I'm thinking now.
yeah, similar vibes. Now that I'm thinking about it.
It's a walled city, and this is a scout group. We're outside the wall with green cloaks.
Yeah, yeah, matches the brief, and then
Shorter
they're
guy.
yeah. Inner circles that the high members stay in. It's 1-to-1. Holy shit!
Oh man.
I mean,
Sorry, Adele.
yeah, and they're trying to keep demons out. Well, Titans aren't the same as demons, but
Oh, just as bad.
yeah. Yeah, you walk there, couple of minutes, get there, and you can see that the guards outside are still the same guards. However, they're wearing half cloaks over the left one, and you can see that they have a different insignia. They don't have like the emblem of, you know, the circle with the 10 circles on the circles with a circle inside. A lot of circles. Instead, they have the circle, but there's like an arrow and a feather. So kind of like an arrow with wings. It's basically the sign that kind of goes through the circles, if you know what I'm saying.
Sure. Oh, and one quick update for Fier's Look. My Lichnius amulet is in my pack, along with the vial that I've unattuned from and put in my pack as well, to give off less of a Lichnius vibe.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, other than that, I still have all my wow. Now I can't say archaeological stuff.
Yeah, it's a difficult word.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll just quickly walk up to those two and say, good morning to you both. I was wondering if the captain's in. I believe it's Sledo Bell Heising.
The captain, no, he's currently outside on an expedition.
Let's see. Would somebody else maybe below him be here? Someone in charge a little bit with a little bit more leeway.
Specifically the Green Vanguard, unfortunately, no. All of them are currently on mission. We are a bit understaffed, actually.
I see.
I can relay a message when he comes back. Is there anything you wish to tell him?
Do you know if he'll be back today?
Oh, no, I'm pretty sure it will take some time. The missions usually can take a voss or so.
Oh, that's quite impressive.
Well, the surrounding woods are quite big, and many dangers can hide inside of them, so searching them thoroughly is quite important.
It's unfortunate bad timing. Shoot, that does not work out well. Well, I guess I'll probably have to try again another time for this specific band then. You know, if I head to the east or west barracks, would there be someone, I guess, in charge, like a lieutenant or similar rank?
Yes. Well, for the guards,
Yes.
they should all be able here.
Oh, okay, perfect. And the quickest path I'll go with the east barracks.
Okay. Oh.
And yeah, boogie woogie over there.
Boogie woogie your way over to the east barracks. Okay, once again you see two guards there. They seem to also have like half cloaks, but they seem to be white instead of green. And they have the normal logo of the Zephyrus Archive on them.
Yeah, round two. Well, good morning to you both.
Good morning, missus. Is there anything we can do for you?
Yes, I was hoping there was someone I could speak to inside of some standing. Maybe a lieutenant or someone of equal or roughly equal standing.
Make a persuasion check.
Sure. Oops, I click it. Did. Nice. 21.
Man, your persuasion checks are like always on point.
Fear is good at like 2 things.
Yeah. So, well, you're currently at the captain's office. I guess he would be the one.
Oh. Well, that should make things quite a bit easier. What's his name, just so I know?
Owen Holt Kriegsherren. Which once again.
I'm just gonna get everybody's name in this town before I leave.
Yeah.
Every guard, every captain, every lieutenant. Just get those down.
Which you would also know, Kriegsherren is the name of one of the dynasty families. Specifically.
Oh.
Well, you can make a history check if you would know which specific
Sure,
one.
I know some stuff. Yep, 21 again.
21. Yeah, they're the ones responsible for overseeing the military. Specifically the Azathian military. The Kampfgruppe.
Right. Okay, yeah. I've heard of that before. I'll just write that down.
Somehow, that is the only information that Skit's brain remembered about that name. I was like, I've heard that name. I know what that is.
At least you remembered something.
Yeah, I was surprised that I saw that you reacted. I was like, she knows.
Yeah. I don't know why I retained that information because it has nothing to do with my character.
Yeah, I was like, from all families. Why this one?
I don't know why you remembered that.
Well,
Sorry.
I think, well, you would know because the new minister or ministers of defense is also from the Kriegsherren family.
Yeah.
That's probably why.
Okay, yeah, I'll just kind of shake off any of the dust I got from quick walking here and make my way inside.
Okay, they don't actually let you inside.
Oh. I guess I wait for them to usher me inside. I guess, would you like to accompany me?
They're like, oh, you wish to talk to the captain?
Yes, unfortunately, I need to leave town soon. So the sooner I can have a meeting, the better. It shouldn't take too long. It shouldn't take too much of their day either. Hopefully, it will be a boon for them.
Kind of look at each other. The one just goes like that. He's like, alright, if you could then maybe tell me what you wish to speak with him, and then I can go in and then request a meeting.
Sure. Then I guess I'll gesture to Endel next to me. Well, this is Endel Firm. He is a ward of mine. He's actually quite a prodigy. I'm looking to get him some real-world experience, and I'm trying to find the proper person to get that with while I'm away on business. And, well, it seems your captain may be the lucky one to have his services for a while.
So you want to have him recruited, is that correct?
More like, borrowed for a certain amount of time.
Alright, well, I think the more appropriate person you should talk to is then our recruiter to see if he's even eligible for recruitment in the first place. You see, we don't take civilians inside if they don't have any practical training. We can train him, and he can become a guard. That's something we are actually looking for. More guards are always sought after, but I don't think we can put him into the regiment if we do not know what his actual skills are. We would have to test that beforehand, I'm pretty sure. As the guy says, yeah, I'm pretty sure about that too. Otherwise, anyone could just be a guard, am I right?
Well, I guess that would be the easier method. Well, I mean, we're here anyways, though. Can't you just put a word inside, see if he could use an assistant for a couple days?
Yeah, like I said, we can't do that, but I don't think the captain specifically would take a stranger as an assistant, not knowing what he is. Like, if he goes through a recruitment test and he excels, and maybe, you have, for all considerations, we do not know who you are, and you are trying to become a personal assistant to our captain.
You put me in a pickle here.
Well, maybe, yeah. So, just to maybe clarify what your goal is, I think we are maybe, if you wish.
Like I said, my ward here is actually quite a prodigy when it comes to combat, as I am training up to be my own personal guard. I'll be away for a couple days. I'm hoping to get him some more practical experience with, like you said, the guards around the town. I was looking as well as the scout team on the outside, but they don't seem to be here today. So I worked my way here.
Well, then, I would actually, if you want him to have experience, I think being the captain's assistant would not help him. I think nowadays he does more office works and practical duties. He kind of is more, manages the units and divisions, and whether set is much practical training. If you wish him to have a more practical experience, as you say, like I said, we would recommend the recruitment office, since, well, they put the young ones through, most of the hard work. And I kind of look at Endel with like a wise smile. He's like, oh, fuck.
That does seem more practical. Well, I guess that'll do. Hopefully it isn't too far from here.
Oh, no, it's the barracks. So we can just take him in and can see if he's fit for recruitment.
Perfect. How long would that take? Just so I can either stay or decide if I need to get going.
For the recruitment process, we will first test his physical abilities, which will just be a physical test, which I think will take a day.
Ah, I see. Perfect. Let's get him signed up, and I just want to make sure. Not looking to do this long term. It's more of a trial period. If he does want to stay on as a guard afterward, of course, that's his choice.
And it looks confused. I have a choice.
We'll see.
There it is. The guards kind of say, yeah, like I said, so we can take in him, and then the formalities the recruiter will fill out.
Perfect. Let's get to it, Endel. Could one of you show us the way?
Do you need to be with him? I mean, he would just a choice.
I mean, he is my ward. I just want to make sure he is signing things properly and looking over making sure all the small prints are in.
You can see the other guard is like try not to laugh, and just go inside the left building, and the very first floor. The one at the desk is the recruiter. You can just go there. And in the meantime, no, he should actually have the papers, right? Yeah, just go inside of there, and he will deal with everything.
Well, thank you two so much.
Good luck, young one. Have fun. Thanks. And he kind of steps inside. Okay, you walk. As you walk in, you can see you go past the walls, go outside into a separate wall section. Also very similar to Attack on Titan, I see. There's also another set of gates that actually lead to the outside of the city. So you can exit the city through these barracks. And you can see like a few soldiers here that are training. You can see a few young individuals, probably same age, most of them as Endel, who have like spears in their hand, who are currently doing very basic formations and stuff like that. Practicing, who probably are also some recruits. As I said, they are currently recruiting a lot. And an overseer is kind of looking over them. You kind of step to the left, a somewhat fortified building. You can see the stones that are used here are thicker and bigger, have more structural integrity, and as such the structure itself is a bit more simpler. But you open the door, it's a single door, it's very big, and you go inside a somewhat more cramped space. It's not a large foyer as you are used to by every other building you've entered into so far. It is somewhat dimly lit with like a few candle lights and lanterns on the side. Like I said, very grey stone walls on the left and right. Like only 10 feet little hallways that then leads into like this kind of maybe like 20 foot by 20 foot space, and most of it is taken by a desk with a what seems to be female wood elf who's currently, signing a few papers. And you can see there are chairs set on the left side of the walls where a few other people, also young men and one young woman, currently sitting there, and they're, reading papers, and one of them kind of signs them and then goes up, gives it to the guy. Not the guy, the female. She kind of reads it, kind of just nods and says, "Alright, that will be it then. You will get your notice in about to this or so. Alright, so be here in time. This is very important, and the clothes and the rest we will take care of here. Alright, thank you very much." And then the young lad leaves, kind of goes past you.
Good morning to you.
Good morning. What can I do for you?
Well, I'm actually quite impressed. You guys get started quite early here.
Well, the recent urgency for more guards is quite high, the demand, so we are speeding up the process a bit.
I see. Well, I seem to have something you need. I kind of gesture over to Indel. See, this is my ward, Indel Firm. I will be gone for a few days on business, but I don't want him to do nothing while I'm gone. I was actually hoping he could go through your trials or your training, and maybe you can make something of him while I'm gone.
Alright, of the first to confirm, does he has prior experience before? And shakes his head.
Not being a guard, but I do see a spark of prodigious skill in him that just needs to be worked.
Alright, so you do not want to enlist him as a guard, is what I am understanding.
No, just to go through the training and molding experience. But after that, should he choose to, then we can see about him joining your ranks once I return.
And you will return in how many days?
Perhaps a Voss, longer if things get a little tricky.
Right, well, the training program takes about a month. Which is 10 Voss, by the way.
And Voss, holy cow.
But if you only want him to, I'm gaining that you just want to have him, train, and we can sit him here.
Yes.
Well, you definitely wouldn't be the first to request this. Many mothers come here and want their child to, get a bit more obedience.
Yes, get some practical experience.
Well, this will, however, cost some since he isn't working for us, and we are putting our efforts and time to training him.
Understood.
Yes, so 4 of us, 5 gold, and we'll train him just as one of our own guards, and you can pick him up after of us.
Is there... this could sound really weird. Is there perhaps a more specialized training you could give him?
Well,
'Cause I have heard about the scouts that go outside the city. They obviously work quite hard. Maybe he could take one of those courses.
yes, it's also possible. We're also currently recruiting scouts, the Green Vanguard unit. He can definitely go through training. That, however, will be a lot more exerting, so he has to be prepared for that.
Oh, he's prepared for anything.
Yeah, I am. I'm prepared for anything. Alright, yes, this can also be done. Deer training, that is, however, a bit more expensive. If that is okay for you?
Just give me a price.
10 gold per voice.
Okay. We'll see how long this goes. Hopefully we don't come back in like a month. God. Yeah, I'll just take my last platinum piece. Oh no, that has Kanan. For a second. Yeah, 10 gold.
Okay. Takes it. Alright, well then you still have to sign this ledger. In case anything does physically happen to him, we do not hold any responsibility. Obvious, you are aware of the dangers you're putting yourself in. We are obviously going to ensure that he is taken care of, he will be fed, he will have a place to stay. But this obviously does not go without dangers. Especially the Vanguard training units, they will have... well, I do not know if he will go out and the first of us outside to scout, but in case something does happen inside of the voice, you'll have to take care of it of yourself.
Well, that should be perfect. I will say, he does have a sister that is staying at one of the inns. Will he have time to go check on her? She is unfortunately kind of ill right now.
Oh, not a lot of time. I think in the first verse that will be okay. The evenings he will be free. But it's very intensive training, and starting from the second verse he will be outside for most of the time. So I don't think he will be having any time then.
Oh, well, that should be okay. I gotta look at Ellen. Then perhaps this first boss, you should probably look for a caretaker. I believe Arya gave you some money for that.
Yep. Got the coins in my pouch.
Perfect. Well, sounds good. Give us the paperwork and he can get to it.
Right. We'll send you going to sign this. Please read through it carefully. You have to sign on several locations, and if you're finished and are satisfied, then you just give me the paper, and then I presume you want to start immediately. Then after you're finished, I will give you something in return, and then you will just take it to the southern barracks. Alright?
Perfect.
Okay, here I go.
I'm literally just signing my son up for camp.
Yeah, it's just camp vibes. He takes the papers. Well, are you signing or are you letting him sign?
I will sign everything that isn't his required, or as soon as there's spot that requires his signature, but I'll sign everything else as his, owner.
His owner.
His owner.
Oh.
His caretaker.
Yeah, his slave.
His guardian.
master.
There you go, guardian. That's the proper word.
No, you said owner first.
Yeah, you said
That was the first thing that came out of your mouth.
Yeah. Okay. I see how it is. slave master Fiera.
Like I'm molding this guy into something.
Yeah, you can do that. Takes maybe like, depending how thoroughly you want to read through it, maybe like half an hour. It's a longer thing, and I presume you're one who likes to read things very, very thoroughly.
I want to understand what I'm signing, yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, these are basic things. It's kind of a bit similar to what you gave him, just, you know, like they will take care of him in the sense that, like, if he gets injured, he will get medical care, but, you know, they aren't like, you aren't allowed to sue them because he got injured and stuff like that.
Right.
You will get food, you will get shelter, all that stuff. You will receive equipment that you can only use if it's with the training regime. Otherwise, it still belongs to the city.
Perfect.
And yeah, that's kind of the basic gist of it.
Yep. Sounds good to me.
Yeah, and then there's a whole section just for like mental well-being, especially for the scout things. That is, they talk about, you know, they're also not responsible for what you see during missions, stuff like that, and that kind of
No, that's fine.
heavy mental
I
trauma.
need to get him real world experience.
Yes, XP grinding your NPCs. I see how it is. Yeah, and after that, gets the papers. He gets one in return. She stamps on paper. It seems to be an official stamp of the guard units. Hands it to Endel. And she says, "Yep, then just go there, and the recruitment officer of the Green Vanguard will then take you in." Alright. Thank you very much. Very efficient and kind. Yes, this is how we operate here. Right, if there's nothing else, please leave. And you can see that one of the other people who were, you know, signing and stuff like that also signed their stuff.
Nope, that'll be it.
And you leave the...
So, is this the same? Okay, so just like let me like map.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm at the East Barracks, right?
Yes, you're at the East Barracks.
Okay. But there's multiple buildings.
Yes. Well, there are like 3 buildings.
Is the recruitment building different than the one that they gestured toward the captain?
Well, they didn't really gesture, they just said that the captain's here.
Oh.
You can make a perception check.
On the way out, I kind of want to look around, see if I can, or what building they might be in.
Yep.
With my awesome perception. Yes.
Yeah. These all look like military buildings. Heavily fortified, so there isn't much on the outside that would indicate if one building is more important than the others. You can see on the other side, from the kind of courtyard that is inside of here, the building on the far side looks exactly like yours, but there are, you know, recruits coming in and out and stuff like that, so...
Okay, I'll leave that till when I come back. All right. Well, you have a wonderful boss at scout training. Take everything to heart. Take care. And try to learn something.
Yeah. I will do my best.
Perfect.
What I will promise.
One thing I will remind you is the better you do, the easier it is to end up in a position where you sit behind a desk than you're out in the front lines.
You're talking like I'm gonna stay here for like 5 years.
No, but imagine one day I create my own guard unit using you as the example. The better you do, the easier it is for me to keep you in a relatively protective spot. The poorer you do, the more I probably would send you out into the front lines.
Is this like a threat?
It's motivation. It's always worth working hard.
Yeah, I think I have learned so much so far by being with you for a couple of days. You know,
Well, that's good.
like I always try my best, but like in my own way. You know?
Right.
I do my best. Okay, yeah.
Good.
And you walk.
Okay. I'll
And
head to the south gate.
yeah, so you're going the exact same way as Ender has to go.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
And that is where we're going to take a quick break. Jeez Louise, I didn't think it would take that long to actually get to the south gate.
Real quick.
I see what you
You
do.
forgot who we are. Come on.
Yeah, I think you
Something that should take 10 minutes
would take.
takes 2.5 hours to do.
Yeah, this
Roleplay,
day,
baby.
this day will take another couple sessions. Just
Yeah, you just want to milk the session
Yep.
so you can get to 25. Well, it's working so far. However, how long will that last? Okay. I don't want to waste any more time, so we're gonna go to a quick break, and we'll see you in a second. And we are back. Okay, now I'm hearing myself consistently.
I probably have to mute.
Oh man,
Sadly.
that is. Oh shit. Okay. So that's what happens when your headphones die. It's always sad when your headphones die. Whether you're traveling or you're doing a D&D session, it's just bad times. Anyways, before I get further distracted, we will just now go to the southern gates because that is where everyone is reconvening. Probably Eirik, Isra, and Arya, you will be there first, since Fiera was traveling quite a bit and, you know, filling out the papers, reading them and signing them did take a bit of time. But after a while, as Eirik and Isra and Arya, you're kind of standing and waiting there, punctually.
On the way there, could I have just bought 2 weeks worth of rations?
2 weeks or 2 Voss?
Or 2 Voss.
Yeah, because that is 50% more. Yeah, sure, you can do that. Do you know how much rations cost?
On the sheet.
Should say.
It does not say.
Really? They don't sell.
Ration.
Well, I guess it makes sense. I don't think you buy food at a general store, but I did always thought they had it. Yeah, I at some point have to like update this because I have a way more intricate list. With everything, like literally everything you could hope to buy. And let me see where it is. Okay. Where
This
else?
is 5 silver a day. That doesn't sound right though.
We see adventuring supplies here to be. One day. It is. Depends where you buy it, but it is. Yeah, 5 silver pieces a day.
Wow.
Yeah. So if you're buying for 20 days, that's 20 times 5, which is 100. 100 silver would be 10 gold.
Easy.
Yep. Eirik is the one who has spent the least amount of money while having a lot.
Yeah, Pierre is officially broke.
Yeah. Yeesh, I wonder why.
I think technically I've spent the less with like 2 or 3 gold at most.
Yeah. Yeah, because you literally didn't have any. That's why.
Yeah, I didn't know I had money for the longest time.
Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely buy that, and if anyone else would, before you travel, want to buy something, and good looking out, Ivik, because I do require you to eat something while you're traveling. If you don't do anything, then Vashina will be there, presumably punctual. She looks to be very well equipped. She has a larger rucksack. You can see, you know, a pickaxe hanging out and some other tools, a utility belt around her. Also seems to be wearing like a kind of thinner, long-sleeved, kind of seems to be made out of leather, kind of long-sleeved shirt with a vest over it, with also multiple pockets where you can see multiple tools placed inside of them, and then like cargo pants, with a bunch of pockets. She come here and she still has, you know, her usual goggles, hair tied behind into a ponytail this time. Although no, she has like shorter hair. She doesn't have long hair. I forgot. I always think she's nails, that's why she has long hair, but she has short hair. And she kind of steps up to you. Right. So, are we all ready to go? Oh, I see Fiera is missing.
He must be somewhere. She knows where to come, so.
Yes, well, I did say 6 a.m. I do not like to wait for other people.
Fiera!
You probably hear like some jangling as I have a pickaxe, a shovel, and just like an assortment of equipment all over myself now. My satchel's like plump full, like goodies. I kind of grabbed on the way there. It's like, we don't have to run, right?
No.
Do you want to put stuff in the bag of holding?
You have a bag of holding?
Yeah. Yeah, remember this thing on my waist? I made it like.
Oh, I thought that was just a sack.
No. That's why I don't have like anything else on me.
Quite convenient.
See,
I mean, if you don't want it, I didn't say anything.
That would be great. I cannot carry that. How far are we going, by the way?
Depending on the terrain and the weather, it should be like 3 days, 2.5, depending.
I can't physically carry these for that long. Yeah, I'll start putting them in if you open it up.
There you go.
Okay, open up and then can add your equipment there.
Tell me what you're giving me.
Well, we'll just assume that the entire inventory of here is just in the thing, as was like switching your inventory all the time will be
the bigger stuff's in there.
Yeah, a bit too complicated. So what you can do here, you can just add a second bag, like a backpack in D&D Beyond, and you can just put inside of there everything you would put inside of a bag of holding. Like
That's
that. Greg doesn't have to like manually put in everything. I think that would take ages. Yeah. You can then see Endo, who's also there. He just says, "All right, good luck. Hopefully you do return. Though sometimes I hope you don't. I shall then be signing off and signing in."
Yep. Have a good time.
I'll try. Okay. And kind of just, gives his goodbye to everyone else. And walks inside of the barracks. And Vashina kind of just ushers you all together and says, "Right, well, we are going the same way. So I guess since he already started his own departure, we can go ourselves. And you are This is what the last time I will be asking. Prepared. You have everything you need. Food, water, equipment.
I mean, I don't know. I don't adventure, so I don't really know what I would have needed to get, but
Food.
yeah, I got that.
Water skin.
Got it.
That's all you really need. I mean, lanterns and all that stuff's nice.
Yeah, I can make things light up. That's fine.
Well, light up, keep warm, shelter, or the tools to build a shelter. Very important when you're outside.
Got it.
Navigation
We're
devices. In case you get lost. Well, don't worry about all that stuff. I have taken care of it.
Ah,
So, as long as you stay close to me, I think we should be fine.
You're the one that knows where to go, so we're not gonna just not follow.
Very well. Then there should be no delay. The sun has already risen. The astral vestige is gone now. Alright, time to go. And she steps through the gates. You can see some of the members who are guarding the Green Vanguard barracks. The guards that have a half cloak, but with the green color instead of the white one. Kind of give a meeting to Vashina. Seems like they recognize her, and she also just kind of nods back. And then you can see them just call as they open up the outside gates, where then also at the same time the sounds of the city fall away, and the sounds of the forest become more imminent and louder, as you can hear the local wildlife, birds chirping around, other creatures inside kind of walking around. Arya, with your high perception, you can see that like further down, one of the deers kind of just notices you and then jumps into the bush. And it's a very quiet, peaceful atmosphere as you leave the city itself. Different. Very different, especially for Eirik.
That's probably what Eirik needed.
Yeah, I mean, he's every sound he's turning to listen to. He's just looking at everything.
Yeah, probably turning 360 then. Sounds, it isn't like quieter than in the city. It is still like loud, but with natural sounds. It seems like the wildlife here is sprawling, so obviously there's a lot to accommodate that. But as you kind of step further in, you can see the grass gets patchy and becomes a bit more, overgrown. A lot of moss is, growing on the bark of trees, and now as you kind of step outside of the gates themselves and go closer to the trees, from which of which you have seen the crowns and the tops of from this inside of the city walls the entire time. But now, as you can see, from the roots to the trunks to the very top are very, very large great trees, going up to about, maybe like 100 or sometimes even several hundred feet up high. A trunk has a extremely wide girth. That sounds wrong, but you know what I mean. As you go inside, the air is very fresh, and you can see that through the canopy, some parts of the grasslands that kind of separate the trees are illuminated. As you look at these trees, there aren't just one big thick branch that just goes straight up from the ground to the floor, but they are very twisted on organic curves that kind of, like slender their way up to the top. You can see multiple trunks that kind of split into two and then reach up with smaller branches and coming off of them, but these smaller branches just look small in the comparison of the gargantuan trees that are here, but they themselves are extremely large. And you can see that most of these large trees are fairly spaced, so they are like, you know, sometimes like 100 feet between each tree, but it seems like the further up they get, the more dense they get. The density of this forest resides in the canopy and not in the lower part. The lower part itself seems almost like plains if it weren't for these large natural structures that have grown here. You can see it's a bit hilly, so you don't have like a very, you know, clear sight what's in front of you, and as you kind of now get to the thicket of the forest itself, passing some of the smaller trees and going inside through the hilly bits, kind of rising and going down, you can see that Vashina is, you know, always trying to find the best routes that you can travel, so, you know, you don't get too encumbered going too steep of a curve the entire time. Tries to find where the kind of hills meet, so you don't go up and down, but have a more level traveling path. But you can see in some of the more deeper rivets of where these kind of hills meet, there are little ponds and sometimes even lakes where probably water that was gathered here from a passing high storm have just gathered into these little pools that reflect the sun. It looks a little bit like this. And I guess I can also switch to the map view. And if you can see for size comparisons, there's a little tiny guy that is walking on the road on the spotlight next.
Beautiful.
That's terrifying.
Big old trees.
Yes, huge big old trees with twisting roots that climb up. And yeah, the grass itself also is very high, so on several points, you know, you kind of have to like push it aside and stuff. But as I said, Vashina is, you know, making her best effort so you have the most comfortable of, you know, travel possible. And with that said, as you are now starting your departure and travel, you can tell me which checks you would like to do. You don't have to do a navigation check since you have Vashina and she will be taking care of that. What would you like to do, if anything, during this travel inside of the forest?
Oh boy. So since we left the south gate, are we headed south or are we headed like southwest, southeast?
For now, you're just going straight south, it seems like.
Okay. I guess first I'll ask her, so this ruin we're going to, how often is it visited?
Kind of turns, like stops walking and turns around and looks at you.
I guess I'm just wondering when it was discovered, how often do people make visits to this place?
Well, it is an abandoned ruin, so not very often. It was discovered, I think, several months ago, and I've been the one who has been helming the expeditions there. But as I said, it has been cancelled. So, to answer your first question, no one has been there except for the ones that have found it.
And you're sure, you kind of mentioned it was Draconic and Fey history?
Yes, we strongly believe that there are strong ties between them. We have found some, or at least the people that found it at first have discovered a few symbols and stuff which they have brought back, and we identified them to probably belonging to the Draconian Imperium, but we aren't confident, which is why we're going there.
See. Oh, should be quite a discovery then.
Indeed, it will be. Or at least I hope. And let's hope there's more than just one stone. Because that sometimes also happens. Okay, well, since I'm taking care of navigating us there, and since you are here to protect me, I guess I will leave it up to you. You should be knowing what you're doing. A few maybe things I do not. I presume you aren't too familiar with the woods, except maybe Israel. You said you are familiar with them.
Well, some parts of it. I did spend quite a lot of time trying to find a shrine that was dedicated to Cervalon, so I did have to survive in the woods alone. But to say that I'm an expert would be a lie.
Alright. Well then, as you have traveled here alone, you should be well aware of the many dangers that are inside of these woods. Often frequented by, well, your typical wolves, they are wolves, bears, they are bears. Occasionally also owl bears, though the sightings of them have decreased over the time. And the more obvious threats, demons. So, that is probably something you should keep an eye out for. If there are any signs of demonic blight or something similar, please immediately say.
And I done.
Right. And obviously any other normal threats you would encounter inside of the wilds are also very prevalent. Yes?
Yes.
That sounds fair.
Of course it's fair. It's nature. Right. Then let's get going. And she starts marching on even more vigorously.
I guess I'll do what Fiora would do. So I will get out a piece of parchment and begin making a map from the city to wherever we're going. Noting, a tree that's larger than the others, or a rock that's on the ground that obviously won't go anywhere. It's like, all right, well, there's these size rocks here that are depicted like this. So I'm just going to start a map.
Okay. I guess you can, for that, just make a straight intelligence check. Since
Sure.
you're kind of using your intellect to do so. What about the other three? Is there anything?
How do you fail at that? I don't know.
I mean, it's pretty damn hard to draw a map from just seeing trees. Okay, we're gonna get to that in a minute. What about the others?
I'm gonna be like, knowing about the threats, Arya would be on lookout mode, just kind of looking around.
Okay, it's definitely perception. Anything for Iwick?
Her head still hurts.
Oh gosh.
I want to use my ability, but I don't because I'm not supposed to use my psychic stuff.
So, Isorel is going to cast Flame Blade at 3rd level. So basically, there's a blade that's like on fire that appears in her hand, and with her bonus action, she's gonna hide it again. So now that it's set up, I can use a bonus action to make it appear, and use my action to actually strike. So it's gonna be at the ready, but it's currently hidden because I don't need it right now, but it's ready in case a problem arises.
Okay, I would just mention It only lasts for 10 minutes.
Does it? Oh shoot, it does. I forget what I said. I forgot that. Dang it.
I'm
Ren,
Oh no!
why why did I'm so dumb.
No, it's good.
I read the correct thing, but the line above that said 1 hour. Wrong spell. Wrong spell.
So
I'm
11
not
minutes from now, something's gonna attack us.
No, I'm not doing that. I'm just gonna hang out, I guess.
Okay, just hang out. And Eric, anything from your side?
I'm gonna be walking in the back of the group, and I'm gonna be making specifically sure that Arya doesn't seem like anything's happening to her. Like, it doesn't look like she's, gonna pass out or bleeding from weird places. Just being very attentive about what's going on with her.
Oh, I'm flattered.
Okay, yeah, you can make an insight check. Then just kind of
I
maintaining her well-being. Dang, with the -2, 14 is pretty damn good. Yeah, so you wanted to say?
Yeah, I was thinking. I guess Isara would mostly be looking at if she recognizes any spots that she's seeing around that she's been before, but not in a. I guess like more in a. Oh yeah, I kind of know where we are. Type of way, not necessarily trying to lead or anything, but just trying to get an idea of her surroundings, I guess.
Yeah, get like spatial awareness.
Yeah, more like that.
Okay, I guess that would be history check. Kind of remembering. Because it literally has been ancient history since the last time you were here.
Yeah.
I slept in that tree once.
It's like, oh, I know that spot. Okay. So, you people continue to go onwards, and the hours pass. Probably a bit hard for, I guess, Irex, since you don't really walk a lot in like your day-to-day life. So you're like doing like a proper march, which is, several what's it called? Several miles long. So your body is kind of feeling the heat a bit. Your legs are probably, getting a bit tired even after a quick time, since this isn't the most favorable terrain to be walking in. Like I said, it's kind of, a bit soft, so you have to trample through most of the things. But in the meantime, you're kind of just, looking out on Arya, and she's doing fine. She doesn't seem to be stumbling or falling or showing any signs of stronger effects that could have taken her. And yeah, Arya, you don't seem to be feeling all that bad. I just think you're maybe a bit preoccupied with what the doctors told you. Or maybe just like thinking a bit more about that. Your mind is, you know that as soon as you get, certain things that you wish to know more, you just get into the zone to try and figure that out, which can sometimes lead to you being unattentive for your actual duties. And I think that's kind of happening here, where you're thinking about the mark, and that's like now a part of your body. The weird analogies the doctor was using, that's like your third arm or some shit like that. You're like, that's not the best analogy he could have used, but whatever. And you're trying at the same time to like concentrate and look at stuff, but it's evading you a bit to focus. And I guess you can see a bit of that, Irik, that Iris seems to be a bit less, or she just seems to be in deep thought, is what I'm basically trying to say. Pierre, yeah. I mean, it is difficult to route where you're going when everything, to you at least, looks the damn same. You know, there's this big tree, there's this big tree, and it's hard to gauge like distance because you're so small and everything's so big. It's like, is it like just far away, or is it like close but just smaller, and you're having a very, very hard time? And I think like after, you know, trying to draw it out, you realize that it's not turning into anything great.
Right.
So you, I don't know, kind of give up midway through.
Yeah, and I'm used to making maps in a room where I can sit.
Yes. Which, you know, is definitely not the case at the moment. Icewear, yeah, the first parts are very familiar to you, since this is literally the same way you went when you first departed the archives. It was also on the southern gate, and you kind of trekked there. But you know that you spent a long time searching, and you know that you went east at the first part. So, you know, the first mile or two, you can vaguely remember some trees that you have seen. But after that, you kind of get into foreign territory, and where you also aren't quite super sure, you know, where you're at or stuff like that. And I would say that you travel for like, you know, until afternoon, where it's presumably maybe like 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So you've been traveling for 8 hours now already. So half the day is already completed, and Vashina just says, right, I think it's time for a little break. I'll just try and find some place where we can rest. Yeah, and maybe in the meantime you can just take care that nothing's in the surroundings, that is safe around here. While I think we'll take that lake over there, and we can refill our water skins. And then she kind of steps to one of the lakes there.
Well, you heard her. Arya, your eyes are better than anyone else's here. Do you mind doing a little jaunt around?
Yeah,
Do you know how to climb these trees? They're kind of big, so I don't know if anybody could.
I definitely would not know how to climb them.
I could probably transform into something that could climb a tree.
I was just wondering because the vantage might help people with eyesight.
Yeah, I don't think I'm getting up there. I just kind of like look up the tree.
Yeah, no, that was my thought too.
I definitely don't have Arya's eyes, but I have spent some time in these woods. Maybe not this part of the woods, but I would be able to assume if we were in danger or not, if you guys trust me enough to climb up and take a look around.
Oh, I mean, you'd be on your own. I couldn't help you if I wanted to.
Yeah, this is already the most I've ever spent in nature. I'll be real.
I usually travel a bit more comfortable than this as well.
I can't help you up there, and it makes me anxious.
I'm sure it's fine.
I mean, I was literally thinking of turning into a spider, going up, finding a safe branch up there to come back to myself, look around, and then pop back into a spider and climb back down.
You
It's
have
kind of
like,
safe.
do you have anything not so small and so easy to be eaten? Like, a bird could like gobble you up.
I mean, I could turn into a black bear. Black bears climb trees.
If you can turn into things, just turn into a bird.
Can't fly. I don't know. I don't have that ability yet.
Oh, can you turn into a fish?
A fish?
What?
We could check out the lake.
Also, outside of my expertise, think. I mean, I could turn into a frog.
Do frogs breathe underwater? I do not know. I don't know my biology.
The amphibian.
They're amphibians. They do. They can go into water for a long time.
Oh, perfect then. Arya, you can check out the land. Azrael, you can check out the water. Me and Eirik will find something useful to do.
I mean,
Anyway.
I will be using one of my wild shapes, which will be lasting for 3 hours. So for the next 3 hours, the only thing I'll be able to transform into is a frog. We have to be aware of that.
Wait, what?
Yes. So when I turn into an animal, it lasts for 3 hours. And I can only turn into that animal.
But
For
can
the
you
next
come
3
in and out
hours.
of the animal?
I can, but if we get attacked and we need a plan of action, I cannot beast shape and turn into something else bigger that could be threatening and, like the bear, like I did in the tunnel a few days ago. I would be basically a frog hopping around on the ground if something goes wrong. We do have to keep that in mind.
That seems entirely too stupid. Like,
Can you turn into a polar bear?
Black bears and brown bears, I can do.
I
Okay,
thought beast shape, you could, like, if you were in one form, you could pop out and then go to another form.
Yeah, you can do that. I was also confused. I thought like maybe I misunderstood what Isabel was saying, but you can turn like in a frog now, for example. Cancel your beast shape and then turn into a bear if you want. Like you don't have to set yourself one for the entire time. Like, I don't know where
See?
you're reading that.
It says here, as an action, you can magically assume the shape of a beast that you have seen before twice per short rest. You can stay in beast shape for 3 hours before reverting back to your normal form, or as a bonus action earlier, or if you fall unconscious, drop to 0 hit points or die.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what
So-
Jack and I were saying.
Yeah. I think you interpret it
So-
as because it says like as of a beast and it's singular, but it's referring to the catalog of beast. So any beasts that you have seen before, which is a frog and a bear. So you can interchange them if you wish to, because you have two beast
Yeah,
shapes.
so you can the thing that tells me that I can't is you can stay here.
You can stay. That's just saying how long you can stay in the form before reverting back. But
Yeah.
you can end it early.
Yeah, I can see what you're seeing, Israel, but it says
See here. Here it says when you open up the thing, it says you can stay in beast shape for a number of hours equal to half your druid level. Round it down, you then revert to your normal form unless you expend another use of this feature. You can revert to your normal form earlier by using a bonus action on your turn. You automatically revert if you fall unconscious. So that's the one thing that is confusing me, because the way it says this, it's like I can only do it once per animal.
Okay, you can see a shift for a number of hours. You then refer to your normal form unless you expend another use of this feature.
I think that just means like
Yeah.
if you're in a beast, you can continue to be that beast a second time,
Yeah.
essentially doubling the time.
Yeah, exactly.
So you don't have to go out. So you could use a beast shape to turn into a frog, and then be that frog for the 3 or 4 hours. And then if you want to stay a frog, you could use another beast shape, and you won't have to go back into your normal form. Or you could even be something else if you
Yeah,
pop out of it.
exactly. Where it says you then revert to your normal form unless you expend another use of this feature. So if you do nothing, you turn to Icewear again, and then you can use your other beast shape, your second one, to turn into a bear. Or you can choose, okay, I'm about to turn back into my normal form, but you can spend that point to stay in the form you're in. Basically to continue on for another 3 hours.
Okay, then I misinterpreted that.
Yep, that's totally fine. That's literally D&D.
Yeah, the beast shape has like the most text out of anything.
Yeah, it's got a lot of fucking text. I realized, like, I never
Oh my
clicked on
gosh.
it. Holy shit.
Yeah, it's huge and it's confusing. Okay.
Yes, but it's very simple. Like, you have two beast shapes, and you can always turn into two different creatures. Finish. Like, just a lot of text for just to communicate that.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we'll leave it up to you because you're the one who does the changing. I'm gonna go look around.
So is there anything specific we want to look for in the lake, or do we just want to eliminate any type of threat?
Yes.
I mean, anything you find, I think would be good.
Before you shift, I pop my pill in my mouth. And then I do my psychic whispers to try to talk to people when she's in beast form in case she gets into trouble.
Okay, then make a wisdom saving throw with advantage. As you pop the pill. PTP.
Oh, I'm so glad I had advantage.
Oh, would have been a. Oh, ho, ho, ho.
Yeah, there was a 1 in there. So.
Yep. Okay, you pop it. You can feel like a weird tingling sensation like behind your eyes. And then it kind of just spreads throughout your entire head, and you notice, oh, it isn't a physical feeling, it's just you're kind of like your mental state is kind of just shifting a bit. And then you use your psionic abilities and they work just fine. With a bit more strain than usual, you can feel like a headache is like starting to happen, but you feel like something else is like keeping it at bay and it isn't like fully expanding to your entire head. And so with that, you can do your psionic whispers as you always have.
Where's the button? Oh, there it is.
Oh my gosh.
Talking
Why
about a
is
lot
it
of
not?
text.
Gee.
Wall of text.
Jesus
Whoa.
Christ.
I didn't mean to do that. I meant to just like hit the button. But okay.
Ooh.
Okay.
2 hours.
So 2 hours. We'll be able to be in touch when you're in beast form.
Alright, and
I'm not gonna strain myself and pick everybody. I'm only focusing on you because you're in beast form and won't be able to talk.
alright, and as you say that, I turn into a giant frog.
Oh.
Yes, a toad, perhaps.
So it does say when I'm a giant frog, I am a medium beast. So they do mean a giant frog.
Oh, you want to
Yikes.
turn into a... Okay, I have to like think about, have you ever seen a giant frog before? Yeah, why
It's-
not? Yeah, why not? Yeah.
It's the same thing as a frog, but just bigger.
Bigger.
And you think, okay.
I mean, you could probably even
More hit points is good.
climb a tree with that thing. I mean, like, what?
It
Frogs
doesn't have a
can climb
climbing speed, it has a swimming speed.
It must have like a crazy jump, right? Yeah, standing leap can jump up to 20 feet high.
Oh yeah, I could jump in the tree, thinking of that.
Well,
But I'll start
I mean, those trees look a little bit more than 20 feet high.
yeah.
more than just a little.
okay. Then I guess we just start with the giant frog because why not? What would you like to do in your giant frog?
I'm gonna hop on down to the water.
Yeah, you can see Vashina a bit surprised. It's like just giant frog leaps next to her. Oh, this part of what you do? Kind of looks at the others.
Yeah, that's her
It's
thing.
what she does. Actually, she was top frog in her class.
Oh gosh.
I'm gonna say that every time.
And I'm gonna tell Azrael in my head what you just said.
Oh,
I'm gonna ignore it and jump in the water.
splash. Okay, and I presume you're just looking around, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna look around, try to see if there's anything that looks threatening around us, but also, yeah, mostly like if there's anything threatening.
Yeah. Then you can make a perception check. And
As a frog, hold on.
no, you can use your own mental stats, so you can use your own perception check. What? Are you going crazy?
Yeah.
Yeah, oh, okay, it already used yours. Okay, it does it automatically.
Yeah, it uses mine. It adapts to mine. I'm just using the table that it comes with.
Yes. Oh yeah, it uses the better one, I guess. So if you have some special perceptions as a creature, it does that. Okay, yeah, well, we'll get to that in a minute, and we'll just go around the table. Fiera, you said you're also just looking around. Are you looking... You can, like, look more closely at things if you want to, or just having, like, a general...
I mean, this isn't her thing. The only thing I could think of to help is we're at a water source, so she would know that animals come here to drink water. So I'm just gonna go look at footprints and figure out what animals visit this pond frequently.
Okay. Then I would say you can either make a survival or investigation check. I already know which one you will use. And Eirik, anything for you?
Simplest thing I can do, I'm just gonna start a fire and like heat up, some rations.
Okay. Heating up. I will remind you, Vashina is like only trying to like take a short break here. So you aren't camping for the night.
No.
So just for comfort of and
Yeah.
for food's sake. Okay, yeah, you can.
He's got nothing. He doesn't want to go and like wander around, so he's just
Yeah, okay. Just making the meal more tolerable, which I guess it's like beans with jerky. I guess heating it up might
pretty much.
make it better. Okay, no check needed for that. You can make fire. That's your whole thing. Oh yeah.
I'm kind of doing what Fear is doing. I'm just kind of looking around, not necessarily for tracks, but just making sure that like it's like a loop around us, making sure that nothing has like been trying to like stalk us from afar or anything like that.
Okay, then you can also make a perception check.
Oh,
Jeez.
oh. I saw nothing. My head hurts from
yeah.
connecting.
God. You know, when you're sometimes taking aspirin, it works for like the first minutes, and then suddenly it just drops, and then, like a gusher, is what they say, just comes hitting down on you, and then, you know, you can't focus straight. It's, you know, just hard to see and stuff like that. Okay, we'll go around the table. I will start off with the big frog, because that's the most fun. You jump inside the pond. Water splashes a bit. Vashina is a bit annoyed, but, you know, you will just trust in the things that you do. Swimming around the lake. It's a fairly decently large lake. It's several hundred feet across. Well, no, not several hundred feet. I'm not crazy. It's like maybe like 120 feet across and then like 80 feet wide and stuff. You can see there's a bit of a, not cliff, but like a ledge that kind of separates the plains a bit, so you kind of went down. The water isn't super deep. It's very shallow. In fact, the first part, as you kind of jump in, you just literally land and your feet touch the ground because it's so shallow. It's maybe like 3 feet deep in the first part, so you could go in with only your shins and ankles getting wet. As you get further in, it does get a bit deeper. At the deepest point, it's maybe like 30 feet deep. And as you kind of swim then, look around. This just seems to be a very natural lake that just has gathered a lot of rainwater over the time. Looking around, you can see a bit of seaweed, and you can see a few tadpoles even. And fellow other frogs, which aren't as big as you, and who are very obviously scared of you, since they're seeing a very large version of themselves, so they swim away. And you can see, you know, just kind of frogs living here. There aren't any fish. It seems like since this was, you know, sourced by rainwater, fish haven't made their way here. They haven't grown lakes and have been able to migrate to this one specific lake. Which is also the telltale sign why, you know, this came secondhand and wasn't like part of a river or something like that. But you don't find anything. It just seems to be cool, cold water, which is shallow and a bit deep, and there's no danger lurking inside of here that is waiting to grab some of you.
I'll tell in my head to Arya, nothing to see here, just a little bit of water, couple frogs, but nothing to be scared of unless you're Iric and never set foot outside. And I'll make my way back to land.
Yes, kind of swinging back. Fiera, you investigate a bit, and as you kind of looking at the pond and stuff like that, yeah, and you do see very fastly, Jesus Christ, a lot of footprints. That there's a little trail that leads to the lake itself, the same one you kind of went down to get to the lake, and you can see a large variety of different footprints. You can make a nature check.
Sure.
Let's see if you know.
18.
Yeah, you can see footprints of what seem to be like foxes, badgers. At some point, an elk or reindeer has been here. And it's like, you know, all interesting and good until you find like a larger set of footprints, which is alarmingly large. In fact, it is about maybe this big, the footprint, which is like 3 feet big. And as you kind of look a little bit closer, you notice, you know, the other ones are just imprints in mud, and then a little bit of soaked water that was, you know, just staying underneath the earth kind of comes up a bit, and, you know, little pools of water have gathered there. Here, however, you can see that the footprints are blackened a bit. And there are larger spots closer to the lake on the eastern side, where it seems like almost like the entire rim of it have darkened a bit. At first, it might seem like something has burned it or charred it, but as you get closer, it definitely doesn't seem like it has been burned or charred in any single way. And as you kind of, noticing this, you hear from the distance a and that is when Arya has to make another wisdom savings throw, this time without advantage.
That's what you get for rolling ones.
You are muted. That is a 12, which is, unfortunately, a failure.
Oh no.
As
Wait.
you all... Oh,
Oh man.
okay.
Oh man, what's gonna happen?
You also hear the sound and you notice that you've been distracted this entire time by your own headache as you're kind of scratching your head and hearing your head. You just notice suddenly as you hear the screech, your body kind of just shifts a bit and you get kind of like just goosebumps over your entire body as your legs kind of buckle a bit and you get the instinct to run as a unnatural fear comes over your body and you are frightened and you don't even see what is there as Vashina kind of just shouts out, "What was that?"
I'll go back. Everyone, something has a bladed foot.
Oh, this is not good. As Arya, you kind of look behind you now with this deep fear inside of it, and you sensing it coming from behind you. As you turn around, you see this large, enormous, deformed, fleshy figure currently sprinting towards you. It is slouched over, its back exposed. You can see on it where its shoulder blades are supposed to be are just two eyes looking straight at you. A skinned face with a horrid expression that is perpetually kind of having this screaming sensation just coming out of it and where the scream is coming from. And its entire back and its spine is exposed. As you can see, two large, long hands that are scraping on the floor behind it, and two smaller hands coming out of its chest. Its hands of its smaller arms look more like insectoid claws that it's kind of just crawling in front of it, and it's currently running full speed at you. And I need you guys to roll initiative as I put you onto the map.
Oh, I didn't hit my button.
I'm a frog right now.
You are a frog right now.
A giant frog, though. I don't know what they can do, but you're a frog.
I have to roll initiative as a freaking frog.
I mean, they
It's
probably...
your initiative, though.
Yeah, but they have to use the stats of the frog.
Oh shit. I did not click on my token.
Neither did I.
Jeez.
Oh, I reckon I got the same.
Okay, I shall add you. That is what did you get, Arya? A 16?
16.
And you didn't.
And I got a 7.
Okay, my turn. Which is a 7. In fact, I will give you a token of a giant frog. Which is there it is. I'll just put you here to the side while you are, let's just say, here inside of the water, and I should make it so you can also control it. Well, where are you? There you are. Okay, so now you should be able to move around with the frog. Just click on.
I'm just gonna test it for a second.
Yes.
Yep, okay, good.
There it is.
Perfect.
Okay, then I have to roll for Vashina. That is a 7. And the big boy. Which is a 15. Okay. Then, Arya, it is your turn. You're currently frightened from this thing. What would you like to do?
Oh, man. I'm going to try kind of scramble to get my bow ready. And then I'm gonna I'm gonna try to get like right around the tree. You don't see me.
You just ran past me.
Okay, anything else?
No, because I feel like me being frightened, I'd be stumbling trying to get my bow ready, so I think it would take longer than normal.
Okay, then at the end of your turn, you can repeat the saving throw, so you can make another wisdom saving throw. Oh yeah, you're stumbling. It's pretty bad. And Arik, you can also make a wisdom saving throw as you then to see the thing and also start hearing. No. It didn't pop up.
It should. Why isn't it not there?
Oh,
It is.
there it is. 18. You
Oh.
save. So you
Ay.
see it, but your mental fortitude allows you to withstand it. So yes, you aren't frightened. Do you want to do it?
Oh,
Kill it.
I didn't realize you were ready for my turn.
It is.
Yeah, so with having to make that save, I'm literally screaming just out of... I might not be frightened, but I am frightened. so I'm screaming, and I feel the burns on my chest start to heat up. And I'm just going to cast Scorching Ray, all 3 beams directly at him.
Yes. Do it. That is a
Why do you roll...
9.
Okay, that's the first ray.
That is the first ray.
Why did it do that, though? Hang on.
I think it did everything right, right?
Yeah, but... Oh, okay. Yeah. Let me just roll them. Okay.
26 will hit.
Good,
Plus
good,
that.
good. Where's the damage on that? Right. Close that. Everything's in the way.
What do you have open? Okay, it's 13 and see if the second hits. Yes, a 24 will also definitely hit. With another 13 for a total of 26. So how does that look like as you kind of burst your fire? And fall
Yeah,
away?
so basically you can see just my torso starts to just shake a little bit as I go into casting normally with my little screwdriver thing. It just my whole body starts to shake, and as I shake, the tremors go straight down through my arm into the screwdriver, and the wheel on the screwdriver starts spinning by itself, and that causes 3 bursts of energy and fire coming out of the point rather than just one single stream of fire.
Yes.
That's cool.
2 of them hit, but as they kind of hit the body, you can see that the outside does get scorched a bit, but the flames immediately just dissipate, can see a blackened spot of it, but you can see that his skin kind of just melts itself ever so slightly, and the fire doesn't seem to have done as much as if it was a normal body. And you notice it doesn't have much potency on his body as you would hope so.
Fuck!
Okay, anything else you would like to do? Movement, bonus action?
I'm going to... Are these like rocks in front of us?
Yes, that is that small cliffs that I mentioned.
Alright, I didn't catch you say that, sorry. I'm just gonna step right up and kind of like nestle up against it.
Okay. Then it is the sloucher's turn. We shall move. Use his entire movement to go here.
Yeah, of course he does.
Oh,
He does have to use his action to dash to get to that point, so after he is there, he can't do anything else. But you can just see his large form as he kind of gets between all of you and then just kind of looks around, and you can see his two large eyeballs on his shoulders kind of also looking in different directions, and it seems like almost like it's a entirely different sentient body that is on top of him, kind of just looking around. Bringing us to Fiera.
Yep. Yeah, her instinct as a demon charges right at her. I go to begin to draw a somatic component in the air and say a verbal component for a spell. Quickly realize I don't have my locket. Say, right. Roll up my sleeve. I'll use my action to disengage. And run.
is your locket in Irik's bag?
Nope. Were you there for that? I think you're unconscious for that.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you don't
She
know.
was at the hospital when it happened, so she knows nothing.
Oh man. Alright, I guess I'm in a for a treat.
I mean, you would have seen, because your passive perception is probably in the 30s, 40s, or 50s, that I went to go do a spell, but my locket wasn't on my arm, like it usually is when I do, and then run.
Yeah, my
Okay.
passive is 22 perception.
Yeah, oh yeah, you would know.
Then we come to Vashina, who will kind of just look at it. Bit of a panic expression in her face. And she said, "How the fuck didn't we see this thing? We have to get away from it as quickly as possible." And she will, as first thing, she will cast Mage Armor on herself, because she's a mage. She has to do something. So she will do that. And after that, she will go here, attempt to climb the cliff. She will have to do an athletics check for that, which she isn't very good in.
Oh my god,
Oh
the
my
wizard's
god.
literally doing...
A fucking natural 1, which is a 0 because she's a -1 in strength. So
Oh my god.
she goes to attempt to try and climb up this. Oh wait, she also has to make a wisdom saving throw to see if she's frightened. And she's frightened. Oh my god. Woo!
Well, we almost made it to 25.
Yeah, I almost made it to 25, I guess. That is how it sometimes goes. She goes there and in her panic, she's, she still has her big rucksack on, which is obviously overcumbering her a bit, and she kind of tries to grab one of the rocks, but she's extremely slippery with moss and just slips down and falls prone, ending her turn there, putting in a very bad position. Bring us to Icewell as a giant frog there in the pond. Wisdom savings throw at first, because you also hear and see the creature.
Come on, Druid.
I'm a frog, remember?
But you can use your own stats for that.
I
Oh,
don't think we're
yeah, wisdom save. That's just a wisdom.
Oh, that's a wisdom thing. Oh, sorry. Wisdom save.
And you can use yours.
Yes.
Yes, I do use mine. Here it is. Oh, come on. There it is.
16. Yes, that
Oh, there you go.
saves. So you aren't frightened.
Alright. So, as a frog, I'm gonna... Oops. Jump on top of that rock right here.
Okay. Very nice.
And then, bonus action, turn back into ISRL.
Okay, so you can get rid of the frog. Bring Isola back.
Yep, and I'm gonna... Yep. So I'm right here, and then I'll yell, "Get away from that thing!" and cast Moonbeam 4th level on it.
Yes, there it is.
Always good.
The moonbeam. How big is it again?
It's 5 feet,
No, only 5 feet radius or
Radius.
diameter? 5 feet radius. So it'd be this big,
yeah,
which I will place.
but I would cast, like,
yeah.
right on top of it.
Yes. Which I'll just grab and I will just put it here. There it is. Look at him. Targeted.
Yeah.
Okay, what kind of save does he
So
have to
he
do?
needs to make a con save.
Okay. 24. He succeeds.
He does succeed. Hold on. Half as much on a success. So he does take 11 radiant damage.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Well, he will get it when he starts his turn, so it's always when at the start of its turn. If he starts inside of the radius, he will take that damage. I guess I would just add it now. It doesn't make any difference. Yes, and as you can see, as your moonbeam is shining down, you can see now that his skin that was at the beginning when Irie kind of burned it a bit was kind of, you know, kind of closing itself again, fire not having as much effect. The radiant light of the moon seems to be burning it with much more vigor than the fire of Irie itself. And you can see it start disintegrating a bit, and the big eyes on its shoulders also seem to be like kind of blinking furiously around and seems to be affecting him quite a bit as he also just starts wailing and screaming a lot.
Alright. As I see that, I'm gonna scream, "Radiant! If anyone knows anything Radiant, throw it at him!"
Okay, I guess that's the end of your turn.
Here's Allie.
Taking us to Arya.
I'm gonna try to hit him with this bow.
Okay, you unfortunately have disadvantage because you're frightened. That is a 7.
Oh, that's so sad.
And you miss, being too shaken to steadily aim.
Yep, that's about it. Because she wouldn't use her bonus action to do any psychic stuff.
Do you not want to move? You can still use your bonus action to hide if you want to.
Oh yeah, I'll kind of move around. Try to move over here and try to hide.
Okay, then make a stealth check. Yeah, okay. That's a natural 19. And you just disappear behind one of the trees.
We have no idea where she is.
Okay. Taking us to Irik.
Okay. So I'm within melee, right?
Yes, he's kind of has you cornered.
Trying to jump up the cliff is gonna provoke an attack. But jumping up the cliff is not an action, that's just movement, right?
Yes, you would have to try and do an athletic check to see if you get up there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just movement.
Okay, so I'll try that first. I don't care about the attack of opportunity.
Okay. It will do that, and in fact, it will try and grab you as you try to scramble up. So you actually have to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay.
And that is a fail. So as you
Oh no.
turn your back to him and try to climb up, you do climb up like the first 5 feet of it, before you just feel your waist getting squished as you get grabbed by him, and you do take 2d10 bludgeoning damage as you just squeeze from the inside, or no, well, from the outside, and your inside's kind of coming out the top end. As it's kind of got you grappled now.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my action to try to break the grapple.
Yes, okay, that is a strength check, or athletics check.
Oh, you bitch!
Yeah, now he's got you tied around the waist.
What's on a 19?
Anything else? Maybe bonus action.
I don't have any bonus actions that do anything. No, I don't. No, I don't have anything.
Okay. Then it's its turn. The first thing it will do as soon as it grabs it, it takes you almost to the floor on the ground, and you think like, oh shit, it's letting me go. And then you just feel your stomach lurch, and then it just pulls you back and just smashes with full force your entire body into its own spine. And I think you have to make a... No. Because you grappled, you just take damage. Which is... Whoever said... I don't. This is... Plus 10, which is 21 bludgeoning damage. Plus 6 and 14 necrotic damage. So you just get mashed into its back. However, Vashina will see that happening, and then as a reaction quickly create a magical barrier around you as you're kind of just before you get slammed into, reducing the damage for a total of 25 damage. So as you kind of get lurched up, oh no, not 25, 19. It's only plus 4, I saw the plus 10, I'm sorry. So you get back, she creates the barrier, but the force of the demon is way stronger, breaks through the barrier, and then you still impact the spines of this demon, taking, I think, that's only 16 damage. 10 bludgeoning and 6 necrotic damage.
Yep.
You got that?
Okay, wait, so I just... Hang on.
16 total damage.
Yeah, you just take 16 total damage.
Okay, I just have to add one more. Hang on. I was at. Okay, let me just do this again. Go ahead.
Okay. Then it will move. Obviously trying to get away from the radiant moonlight, stepping over here, taking Eirik with him, or with it, and then seeing Mrs. Vashina there wide in the open, will then take its two little smaller lengthy arms with the insectoid claws and then scratch at her. Both of them will do that. And 11 will miss because she has mage armor on. Good job, he did that. And then the second one was a 20, unfortunately will hit. And she will take a total of only 14 damage. As one of them kind of just scrapes the barrier. And the second one kind of passes through the barrier. And just cuts open a nasty wound. She will have to make a constitution saving throw to see if she gets blighted. She doesn't. She keeps her well. Her body's immune system seems to be helping out. And that's the end of its turn, bringing us to you, Fiera.
I'm just gonna hate on my turns. Okay. I don't know how to help with that grapple. The scared rogue disappeared. Can't forget about that. Alright, I will come up from the rock. Now holding a sling with a little marble in it. So it has eyes, and the face doesn't have eyes. So the eyes have moved to the body.
Well, the eyes on its shoulder blades seem to be way larger than for what its face is supposed to be. And yeah, the face just seems to be a empty, skinless socket.
Oh, God. Okay, yeah, knowing that this will only do so much, I'm going to specifically aim for one of the eyes.
Okay. You can do that, however, you get a -10 penalty on your roll if you want to specifically hit something. It can, however, if you do successfully hit and do enough damage, you can add specific conditions. For example, if you target a heart of a human and you manage to succeed, that might be able to kill him. Or if you target the eyes of a human, you will most definitely blind them. So you get a -10 penalty, but the reward can often be extremely good.
Yeah, I would be at -6. I will shoot at the body. I'll just take a little metal marble and take a shot.
Okay.
Yep. It's been a long time, and I usually shoot at not things that aren't creatures. So I think I'm just a little shaky.
Yeah. Well, you unfortunately you have to roll a d20
That's right.
to see what happens. I guess we do that here.
I'll take. Just give me the worst. It's fine. Okay, 11.
11. What will it be? It's a ranged weapon. It fits.
Whatever you want.
It fits so perfectly. You lose confidence. You have disadvantage on all attack rolls until you score a hit again.
Oh,
That makes sense. I have a little bit more movement. Oh, I'm in trouble. I'll just move to the shore, I guess, over here.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
That's it. That's all I got.
Then Vashina. Oh, I forgot she's prone. So the 70, the slouch would have advantage, which means the second attack would have hit. No, the first attack would have hit. So she would take an additional 21 damage.
Oh man, did we just kill our guide?
She's still alive. She takes it. She seems to be a bit more durable than the average guy. Let's first see if she's able to gain her arcane ward back. It didn't roll, of course. So on a 4, 5, or 6, she gets it back. On a 6, so she does get it back. So she can potentially save someone from a lot of damage. She kind of gets back up, uses half of her movement. Kind of looks at Eirik a bit panicked, like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck am I gonna do? This is less than convenient. And she will just kind of take one of her arms, channel a lot of energy, as you can see her just, her whole right arm become a bright white blue to a point where her entire arm is just glowing with a extremely bright white energy. As she then casts this lightning bolt at 5th level through the demon.
Oh god, that was me. Okay.
Trying not to hit Eirik or Fiera. So the
I had to
demon
move her.
has to make a dexterity saving throw. Where is it at? It's a 15. I think he fails. Yes. So he fails, so the lightning bolt just goes crushing through her. Upcasting that to level 5. Being a total of 7 plus. Why does it put the 7 there? Oh, because it's 1 and 6. So it's a total of 32 lightning damage that just gets bolted through this thing, and just hear an extremely loud crack. As you can also see, the lightning bolt leaving a very obvious hole that kind of went through the demon's torso. And then kind of the guts of the demon, just this black, icky gore kind of just pooling out. This doesn't seem to be healing and affect him just normally. But after a few moments, you do see it does close a bit again. It seems like lightning also isn't as effective. And she just kind of says, shit. I will try and get you out of there, but no promises. You should be saving me, not the other way around.
Not the time!
And that's all she can do. That's the end of her turn. Bring us to Isorwell.
Okay. So with my bonus action, I'm gonna cast Healing Word at 2nd level on Eirik to try and help him out a little bit. Not a big help, but it's a little bit of something. And then with my action, I'm gonna scream to come on, I just said his name.
Eirik?
Eirik.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Sorry. I'm gonna scream out to him, hold on, and then I'm gonna move the moonbeam and try to bring it more to the front of the beast so that it doesn't hit Eirik. I know it's not gonna be easy, but like I'm gonna try and put it so that the thing is stuck in it, but Eirik doesn't get hit too much with it.
Okay. You know what?
Heal! Damage!
I will... Do you have to use your action or your bonus action to move the moonbeam?
Action.
Okay.
You can move it 60 feet. That's a lot of movement.
Yeah, okay. Then I will actually make an intelligence roll for the demon
Okay.
to see whether or not he will try and use Eirik as a shield as you do that. he isn't the smartest. I would say the DC is... I would put it at 15, which is pretty damn high. It's an 8, so he isn't smart enough to kind of come up with an idea. And he just keeps holding Eirik in front of him. However, you do know that if he does the same thing that he done before, where he smashed Eirik on his back, Eirik will be catched inside of the moonbeam if he does not move again.
Oh no.
So are you still willing to take the risk to put the moonbeam on the demon?
I am still willing to put the moonbeam on there. And praying to God that Eirik can get out of there.
Okay, putting faith in your friends. That's what D&D is all
Yeah.
about.
One thing you can do is concentration. You can end at any time. So after it takes like damage at the start of its turn, you could end it if you want to.
Oh.
But yeah, it just depends what happens to them.
That'd be a bit cheese. Since to take the full effect of the damage, you have to like stay a turn inside of the moonbeam. You know, it's not like touched and then you get the damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I could see that too.
I'm gonna roll for the damage it's gonna take
Yes.
at the beginning of its turn.
Yeah.
And hope that it's less than what Eirik has left in his.
Hmm.
23. But he could save his constitution, which would only make it an 11. However...
27, because of up gap.
Oh. No, I think it just says 4th level.
Oh, 4th level cap. Oh, you're right.
Yeah, I think we already added it. Which is like 4d10 is the higher level cast, right? Because it's usually 2d10.
Yeah. So I use 4d10.
Okay, then that brings us to Arya. Or you say put there as well, right?
Hold on, I'm just thinking here.
I think that I do have... Do you want to have a...
Just trying to read up on something.
Okay, so you should know what the guy looks like a little bit closer. This is the guy. There he is. Oh, pretty boy.
Oh.
Yummy.
He looks nice.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this.
No, I'm gonna stay on my rock.
Okay.
That's pretty interesting.
Just like a mermaid out on the rock.
Yep. Oh, he does magic.
Only moon to help us. Come on.
Okay. Then that should bring us to Eric's turn.
My
Oh no,
turn?
Arya.
Arya.
I'm sorry.
Oops.
I was already on Arya, that's why.
Since I took the pill, that pill lasts for an hour, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
So I'm going to try to cast Mind Sliver. It's an intelligence saving throw.
Okay. But you know, he ain't the most intelligent. So let's get that. Oh, that's a 0.
Oh my god. Good job.
Yeah.
Okay.
And what does that do?
Oh, but I didn't mean to do that again. Oh, that's a better number anyway, but I didn't mean to do that. You drive a disorienting spike of psychic energy into the mind of one creature you can see within range. The target must succeed on its intelligence saving throw or take psychic damage and subtract 1d4 from the next saving throw it makes before the end of your next turn.
Oh. Very nice. So keep that in mind. I'll put a little dot on him to kind of notice that that effect is currently on him.
Yeah, 'cause that means when he takes his saving throw, his Constitution saving throw, he has a -4.
That's why I did it. It helps.
Yes. I will say the casting of the spell. Yeah, it is a psionic ability, so actually you do have to make a wisdom saving throw with advantage.
Me?
Yes. Since you are using your psionic abilities. Easy.
Oh.
A natural 20. And now,
Does that break me being frightened too?
you know what? On a natural 20? Yeah, sure. You kind of regain your mental fortitude a bit. The pills are kicking in, maybe making you a bit high, kind of releasing you from the stress a bit. Yeah, so you're feeling all good. Do you wanna stay there or?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to hide again because I don't think it knew where the psychic wave was coming from.
Okay, then make another stealth check. Very good, 22. Disappear, backband where it came from. Eirik, you are currently grappled.
Here we go. I was gonna try to break the grapple.
Yes.
What was that again?
A athletics check.
Right.
"12, unfortunately, is not.
I'm gonna use my +4 thing. It's called. There's a thing. Hang on.
Ash of Genius.
Yes, thank you. Flash of Genius, +4 to any saving throw.
Oh shit, +1 any saving throw.
Any ability check or saving throw.
Okay, that makes it a 16, which unfortunately still isn't enough.
You bitch!
This guy is pretty damn strong, as the grip on you doesn't release a single bit.
Could I get a +4 since the other guy had a -4?
No, I'm not that kind. He already got a +4 from his Flash of Genius. So,
I tried, I tried.
yeah.
Can I use my movement to try to break the grapple again?
Unfortunately, no, since you, as part of being grappled, your movement is 0.
All right. Well, I'm about to die, right? So let's do this.
Well, first of all, it needs to survive the moonbeam.
Yes, it has to. Let's go. It will make its Constitution saving throw. And it failed with a 10.
Minus a D4.
Yeah, well, it failed anyways, even with the 10. So it will take a total of...
3 radiant damage.
Yes, 23. Just doubled since he's vulnerable to it, which makes it 46. However, it is still alive, but you can see larger parts of it being now burned by the moonbeam. However, it is its turn, and he will repeat the same thing he has done before, and he will smash Eirik back into its spine. So you also have to make a Constitution saving throw, Eirik, because you get vaulted inside of the moonbeam. And this is now extremely important. 25, so you only take half damage, which is, like I said, 11.
Oh no, did she just kill you, Eric?
No.
Yeah,
Okay.
Eric's a beast.
Yeah, he has the highest con. He's like literally your tank. You still take from the bash itself this much bludgeoning damage. And the necrotic damage. To get it right. Oops, not 3d8, it's only 2d8. It's 19
Ooh.
necrotic damage.
Yeah, it's finito.
So what you see is not only does he get, a bit scorched as he enters the moonbeam, but as soon as he slams into the spine, you can see him literally get impaled through his stomach. And because of this move, you automatically fail 2 death saves because of it, as it just goes through your entire body, and you're just lying limp now on top of the demon, at which point the demon does let you go, and you can see these 2 kind of almost like these shoulder blades that kind of come out of the body now start to close over Eirik slowly but surely. And he will continue his barrage. Well, you know what? I will actually do something. Yep. It will kind of notice now that Icereal was the one projecting the moonbeam. So it will saunter up over here. No, actually, go here. Eirik is now literally on top of him. He will leave the range of Vashina. And she has Warcaster, so she can use one of her arcane bursts. Oh, she can even use it as a melee weapon to kind of damage it. With a natural 20! Oh! Dealing a total of 37.
What's she using?
Blast.
A magic weapon?
No, you just see she just channels like arcane force inside of her hand, and just kind of gives the biggest slap. And you can see the force kind of just buckle one of the legs of it, kind of splintering the bone inside. You just can hear this loud crack as it kind of stumbles down into the water, but still continues its pursuit towards Icereal and make 2 claw attacks against you. It's the first one being an 11, which won't hit, and the second one a 10, which also won't hit. Oh my god! And that's the end of its turn. It won't be able to do anything else. Bring us to Fiera. What would you like to do?
Yeah. Did Eirik drop his mechanical arcane focus one thing that I've seen him use to shoot up fire?
I guess, yeah. Like, you're literally on death's door. I don't think you would have the ability to keep hold on that, so else it would have dropped somewhere.
Okay, I think as I see him drop, my mind subconsciously would go to, that time it's almost too late. So I'm gonna see where it dropped and see if I can get to it this turn.
Okay, well then, make a perception.
I know. It's gonna be perception. Yes. Come on. Oh, 17.
17, pretty good. You see that it fell down somewhere around here in the square. You have to try and get to the square.
Okay. Question is, I have to go through water.
Water is difficult terrain.
Oh boy, I don't know if I can make it there. Oops, make it there one turn. Oops. Ah, stop. Moving token. 50, 20, 25. Okay, it was like here. That's all my movement.
Okay, yeah, it was right there.
Okay, Eirik, how do I save Eirik? Can't heal, but he's grappled right now, right?
No, he let him go. He's currently impaled.
Oh. He's impaled on the back of the creature.
Yes.
Buddy. That's not good for him. I don't think. I'll do the only thing I can think of. I mean, if he gets healed while he's impaled, what in the world happens? I don't know. Okay, I will pick up his wand and hope I can figure out how to use the weave with it. And I'll try to cast Glow on the thing. If I can.
Wait, you want to cast what?
Slow.
Slow.
I want to try to use Irik's wand to cast slow.
Okay, for that, make a intelligence check. The DC will be 15 to see if you can channel your arcane abilities through someone else's arcane focus.
And not Arcana? Or is
No,
it
it's
different enough?
yeah, no, it's. I think it's more like your innate capabilities, which is your intelligence, straight intelligence. modifier.
in the moment.
Yeah. Holy shit! Yeah, it's the sense of urgency that comes over you that allows you to just use
Yep.
the connection you
To
have with
just
Zahir.
will it to happen.
Yeah.
I think I tap into the magic I'm trying to avoid using.
Okay, what?
Okay. Yeah, wisdom save as I think. Sorry, Eirik, your wand starts to shift and change slightly as gears appear. Just black iron gears that go around and start twisting, and it almost begins looking like I'm holding like an elongated clock as a face appears, and one of the arrows point toward the creature.
Very nice. He has to make a
Wisdom save.
Okay. A natural 1. Man, he's been rolling like shit.
Okay. First time I've cast slow on something. I think plus text. So I altered time around the creature. I can choose 6, but I'm only choosing the 1. Actually, well, if I alter time around Eirik, would he die slower? That's an experiment I'll do for another time. So its speed's halved, -2 AC, -2 for dex saves, and it can't use reactions. On its turn, it can either use action or bonus action on both, and no multi-attacks.
Yep. And I think if he would,
Bunch of good stuff.
yeah, cast a spell, it would take like 2 turns to do that.
You'd have to roll for it to even go off.
Yeah. Okay, very
Yep.
good. That will then take us to Vashina. Kind of looks at you surprised, says, "Finally, why haven't you done this a bit earlier?"
I don't respond.
She kind of just takes out the locket that you gave her. Think you need this now more than ever, and it just kind of throws it over to you.
I don't catch it.
She's just like, whatever. She will then cast. Whew. Yeah, she will just try and. I think we have to finish as fast as possible to save your friend. Okay. Kind of just puts both arms together and channels back again the white lightning that she has, but now with both arms, and then steps a bit to the side to not hit Isorel, and then just unleash a 6th level lightning bolt onto it to try and finito Kakilu it. The total of 42 damage if he doesn't succeed. It's -2 on his dex save.
-2.
Didn't even need it. And you can see as she kind of shoots this lightning ray through it, goes through the entire body, and as you can see, just as it goes through the body, it hits exactly its head, which just bursts over, and the body of it just gets incinerated from the inside as the kind of wave of kind of Tesla energy that kind of courses through the entire body of the demon before it just explodes and killing it and just leaving behind a mess. However, that kind of just launches Eirik a bit, and then he falls kind of onto the ground, still heavily damaged. The next one, who Vashina won't be able to do anything after that. Isorel, what do you do?
I'm going to use my one free Misty Step per long rest to teleport right next to Eirik. I'm just gonna lock it up. Okay. And I'm going to cast Spare the Dying on him, so he is now stabilized.
Okay.
I just say, can you turn this off? As this giant beam of light is in front of me.
Yeah.
What?
Can you turn the beam off?
Which is the moon?
The moon? This
Right,
beam?
right.
We don't need more to know where we are.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll move up and help as much as I can.
Eirik lies there. You can still see the big gaping hole that is inside of its body, but the bleeding has stopped after Spare the Dying has been cast upon him, and he looks like he's in a very serious condition. Vashina kind of just looks around, and she starts kind of seeing that you've kind of taken care of him, just looking the perimeter and just saying, don't get comfortable yet. There might be more around here. I should check the perimeters, but get your things ready. We won't be staying here for long.
Yeah, we'll be along quickly.
And you will move a bit away. Okay, well, in the meantime, what do you guys do as Eirik is lying there?
Before you heal him, I'm gonna check him for blight.
Eirik?
Yeah, I'm gonna check Eirik for blight.
Okay.
Check his arms, check his legs, his wounds.
Yeah, make an investigation check.
That black stuff from the creature. Oh, God.
Natural
Well,
20 again! Man!
I don't know.
Yeah, you can see at the edges of the impaled wounds, especially after the demon exploded, a lot of its matter got, spilled away, and it got into the wound of Eirik itself, and you could see that it has been spreading across, and still slowly is. The Spare the Dying is preventing him from dying, but the blight itself is still kind of attached to its body.
Can you deal with this first? Are you able to?
Yes. I was prepared in case something like this was gonna happen, and as I say that, I'm just gonna lay my hand on Eirik's chest and cast Lesser Restoration.
Yes, and you can see as you touch it, your purple light kind of touches the black blight, and as soon as it comes into contact, it starts to disappear slowly, one by one, fading almost as if it's burning away. And there's no blight anymore.
And as soon as that's done, I'm gonna put my second hand on his chest and cast Cure Wounds at 3rd level to bring him back.
Okay.
It's not much, but he's there.
Are you attuned to the statue? I don't think you've done that, right?
Excuse me?
Have you attuned to the statue?
No.
Okay.
No, because I didn't catch what it was named, so I didn't add it to my inventory.
Just put
I'm a
in.
big dum dum, so I forgot about it this week.
Just put in effigy, and then it should be the only item that is named effigy.
Okay.
Effigy.
Okay.
We didn't need it, it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, as soon as the kind of warmth and healing energy enters your body, Eric, you kind of gasp for air again. You can still feel the searing pain of just having been impaled, but the others you can see that the wound, the hole, kind of closes itself. But still leaving behind a very, very obvious scar.
Welcome back.
No. 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 This isn't. I don't like. No. I spend a couple seconds getting up, and I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level on myself.
You go to cast, but I'm
Oh.
holding your thing.
Oh yeah, you don't have your arcane focus.
Okay. Someone explain.
I don't think we have time.
Yes, you are awake again. Very good. Stand up. We are going immediately. You can talk while we are walking. I think his appearance here has brought some attention. Maybe not all demon kind. There are other creatures who get allured by very loud sounds.
How are you feeling, Eric?
Not good.
Alright, hurry up. We don't have all day.
I'm just. Yeah.
Okay. And then she immediately just, takes all her stuff and just starts marching off back into the woods, continuing onwards.
Give me. Give it.
First, I pick up my locket, kind of like with a stick. So I like grab it with the end of the thing, and I kind of like twist it around. Here, you can have both.
Fine. What did you? What did you do to
it'll
this?
Go back to normal. I needed to help.
Will it go back to normal?
It should.
And I can still use it.
I mean, I could. Yeah.
Do I have to wait to use it, or like what? You need to explain things to me.
All I did was connect to the weave with it, and I really only know one way to do it. So it
Okay.
kind of altered itself to shift, so it could cast the magic I use.
Okay, but can I use it in this state? Can I use it?
All I did was it's like a river. I kind of widened the river. But you take both.
Yeah, fine. Okay, your locket just goes in a pocket. I don't care.
And after walking for some hours, Bashina kind of takes like a halt at maybe like 6 p.m. It's still fairly decently light, but she says, okay, I think we are all worn and tired. I think it's appropriate that we take a rest a bit more early than we usually would have. I found a tree under which we can probably rest and be sheltered for the most part. And we should be safe in there. I'll also have some magic that will keep us safe as well, so nothing can unexpectedly turn up while we are sleeping. Huh. Well, it was a very exciting first day, wouldn't you say?
No.
Welcome to the real world. This is how most of the people live.
This is new. I'm not used to having to fight those usually.
I'm not used to those. At all.
Well, it's time to grow up, I would presume. If you wish to find the truth, which lies outside of safety walls, you'll probably encounter more, whether you like it or not.
Yep.
Well, I think after you sleep a night over it, you'll either get used to it or you will be traumatized for the rest of your life. I will leave that entirely up to you. So, whether you want to grow or stay the same man for the rest of your life, that's a personal decision. However, I like to take things on head first. Hiding from the truth is a coward's decision, and I do not like to do those things. Right. So, get prepared. We'll be having a cramped night's sleep. I will create a magical dome which will protect us, but it's only so large. So, we might not know each other, but we're about to get a bit intimate. And she starts creating a ritual spell where she kind of outlines a 10 feet diameter circle.
I take note of what she does.
Yes.
I'm like 10 feet away. I'm like looking but trying not to look, kind of thing. Like, oh, yeah.
And after 10 minutes or so. Oh, yeah, I swear.
Yeah, do I see any little, like, critters or animal or something around us?
Oh, yeah, all the time. There are like a ton of squirrels.
Yeah, I mean, like, in the area, like, outside of the dome, but, like, around us. Do I see something, like in the tree where we're up above us? Do I see any animals there, like...
Yeah.
Like squirrels or something. Yeah? Okay. Alright. I'll just use my speak with animals and ask them, like, if you hear something during the night, can you please warn us?
Okay, make a persuasion check. It's kind of talking to a small squirrel. 14. Kind of looks at you strangely.
+4 from me.
Okay, make
And I'm trying to, like, really get her to focus in on this.
yeah, to add in please is probably what you say. It's like, say please.
Yeah.
And as well says like please.
Yeah. We're trying to be mindful of nature, and we don't want to put you in danger, so if there is danger coming, we would like to get far away from here so you guys don't get affected.
Mention how we could protect them. And you hear in your head,
It's been over 2 hours. I don't hear you in my head anymore.
oh, has it been more than 2 hours?
Yes, you've been traveling from 2 p.m. till 6 p.m. So it's been a while. Yeah, but with the help of Irik's thing, the kind of squirrel seems to be compliable and just kind of squeaks yes and kind of runs up and seems like to also convey the message to the other squirrels that are residing in this tree.
I'm gonna turn to Vashina and say the squirrels are gonna help us stay protected overnight.
Very good. This is why I always love to travel with druids, make things a bit more safe and comfortable. Right, I'm finished doing it. Kind of lays her hands out. You can see a symbol appear on her palm. And then the outline of a circle starts to glow up in this bright blue light as then a dome appears. And you can see it lights up at first, but then takes the same color as the tree, and you can see it kind of blends in a bit. It says, right, well, we are the only ones who will be able to enter it and exit it. Also, as you kind of leads you all inside. Like I said, it's a bit cramped since it is just a 10 feet diameter, so you are, you know, hugging each other quite literally. But the temperature inside is like very comfortable, and you can look outside of the dome. And she kind of just snaps her fingers a bit, and you can see that the inside gets illuminated a little bit, so you have light. And as you kind of look outside, it doesn't seem to be illuminating any of the space outside of it. And says, the greatest spell for travel, I will say, has kept many of travelers safe. Well, with the warning of the squirrels, hopefully they do that, indeed. And with this dome, I think we'll have as safe as a night's sleep outside of the woods. Alright. And then she kind of just plops down and starts taking out like a med kit and starts tending to her own wounds, as she has been hit quite hard.
Is she blighted?
Doesn't seems to be. No.
Okay. Before we bed down, everyone check themselves. You know what happens when you run into demons. For any black spots that may look charred or just odd.
My focus is black. It looks odd.
Again, sorry. Arya, Azrael, you both okay?
I didn't get hit. I'm fine.
Didn't get a scratch either, luckily.
So just you two.
Yeah, I will say for the first impression, I think you did pretty well. Well, one of you did take quite a big hit, but usually more damage is taken when encountering a demon, and the fact that only we two got heavily injured, I say, is actually quite a good result. I had worse encounters before. So I think it was actually good that I hired you. Definitely would not have been able to do that alone.
I'm gonna turn to Eirik and say, I'm really sorry you got caught in that moonbeam. I was not aiming for you.
I literally have no idea what happened. It's all, I tried to, and then it happened, and
We had a couple seconds to think, and I just thought, you know, I have to throw everything I have at it, and
yeah, whatever happened, whatever. You saved me, I guess. Who?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You're alive.
Yeah. Thank you. I guess to all of you, whoever did things to save me.
It's the least I could do after hitting you in the face.
Well, like I said, my praise won't change much, but I do think you're quite a good team. Oh. In a fight, someone always will get hurt. It is very unrealistic to expect everyone to get out of it unscathed. So you've learned from it today, and hopefully with this new experience, the next time we encounter something, we'll be able to maybe handle it a bit more efficient. So I think our problem was not the combat itself, but why we even got into it in the first place. We should have seen that thing a mile away. It isn't necessarily quiet.
It was really big and had giant footprints that were apparent.
Actually, that's an interesting thing. Did the footprints actually match the creature? Because his legs looked kind of spindly, didn't they? The footprint was pretty big.
I guess if I like image train, so like if I like image in my head, okay, a foot's like this, and it goes down, leaves an imprint. Can I try to match? 'Cause I wouldn't have checked afterward, but
Yeah.
I'm sure I can like visually maybe figure it out.
Yeah, kind of a 3D image scan outside of your head. Yeah, make a... I guess that would also just be base intelligence, since you're literally just using your mind to kind of...
Yeah.
Or history. Just straight intelligence or history, I will allow.
History wouldn't have been much more. It would have
Plus
been,
4.
would have been 3. I would have had 20 with history, I guess.
Okay. 21 then was the plus 4. As kind of Eirik described the feat a bit more clearly, since you were kind of immediately next to it. And yeah, as you kind of both describe it, you do realize it wasn't the same footprint.
I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it!
Eirik smart. Interesting. Or not? I mean, obviously there's other demons around. But I guess I don't know much about demons personally. I let other people deal with them.
I think most people do, and that is generally the smart decision. However,
But we can at least know that there's others around.
well, like I said, this is one of the largest hotspots for demons, since the high storms don't really kill all of them.
Because of the trees?
Exactly. I mean, look at us. We could hide inside of here for a high storm.
True.
A demon could do too. The winds, the lightning strikes, everything is just a lot less violent when you're inside of here. And there are a lot of holes, little caves and spots where you can hide. Not to think that demons are smart enough to actually do that kind of stuff, but I do think after a certain amount of time, just the probability of a demon surviving is a lot higher inside of these woods. Yes. And also the fact there is more to blight here. The amount of creatures that also live here are also targets for blight, which can also turn into demons, which can turn into a very strong chain reaction of just multiple demons multiplying in quick succession. Which is why our our military outpost of Korzar is placed next to the Sevelon Great Woods and next to the Kervim Ravine because of this.
Interesting. Well, that's also why they do what they do and we do what we do, which is get information that can help lessen this. Maybe find artifacts that can help. Or maybe understand why this is happening in the first place.
Exactly.
Ooh, excuse me.
Bless you.
And if I may say, I think that's probably where we can help the most. It's literally my job to do that. Azrael is quite the historian of her own people. And Arya, too, has quite an interest in the past as well.
Mm.
And Eirik's just, honestly, is pretty smart.
on circumstances.
Well, he is probably the one who will utilize the things that we find to the highest degree possible. I mean, I've not seen much of you, but the tools that you are using seem to be quite potent. It's very impressive. And I think their potency can be increased and better utilized if you learn to wield them in the right circumstances. I don't think your flaming ways that you shot will be a lot of help to people inside of city walls, unless you want to use them for cooking. But I think...
Yeah, well, that sounds pretty good right about now, let's be honest.
Well, let me put it this way. Would you have rather, in the last hours, cooked a meal for someone or saved the life of your friends?
I don't know if you want to hear the answer to that.
It's cooking. He would have rather cooked.
Interesting. I mean, why then did you decide to come with if you wish to stay safe?
You know what? I don't really know. I just kind of just joined in. There's a long story.
Right. Long story still doesn't necessarily mean that you will risk your life for some random people. Either there's something inside of you that wishes to help that you hide from yourself, and you do have the will to help other people, and you know the only way to do so is to go out of your comfort zone.
Well, of course. Nobody needs to fight. The whole war thing. Nobody needs that. Nobody needs the demons either. Obviously, I want to help, but
You want two things at once? No demons, no war, no problems. If you wish to have that, then you might as well die. No problems at all.
I'm going to be very careful and not actually say words, because the last time I said things, I kind of... Things didn't go so well for me, so I'm just going to... I don't think it's the right time for me to be talking about the what ifs.
You can't wish away your problems.
Yes, you definitely can't. And it would be boring if you could. I mean, life isn't life if you wouldn't have any problems. Right? That's literally what life is. We are a problem for existence. I mean, living itself is a pain in the ass. We have to feed our bodies every single day. We have to pay money. We have to keep our bodies healthy. I mean, if you think about that, in every sense of the way, we shouldn't be living if you wouldn't want to have any problems. It's what defines us. Our struggles, everything we went through. Every single problem has molded you into the person you are now, here, today. If you ignore all of that, you are no individual, you are no being, you might as well be a stone. There's much potential in everything, in every aspect of life. And you only get to experience them through struggle. Is what I believe. Which is why I chose to not stay inside of my office and just talk and talk all day. I want to go out. I want to see the ruins for myself. I wish to put myself in danger to see how the world really is. How can I say that I'm a professor and talk about the history of my students if I haven't experienced our world today? I can't. And I wouldn't be able to teach. I have to experience the world. We have to experience the world. That is where we live. Right, well, I didn't come here for philosophical discussions. I think I will lie down for now. They hit me in one of my abdomens and it's been hurting for a while. So I will go to sleep now, if you don't mind. It's kind of just turns around and lays down. And
Ooh.
do you all do that? Do you all take your rest?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, kind of just nuzzle down. Some of you, or one of you with an ache, and try your best to go to sleep.
Actually, oh shoot. Actually, I'm gonna go to Arya first. You have those stones, right?
Yeah.
I was thinking about it. Should we be helping them?
People on the other end?
Yeah. See, I don't know if we should trust them, but they're trying to do the right thing. And it seems that this dark group is kind of making a lot of problems for every country. I don't really want that to continue.
I'm so confused. What we're currently doing have to do with all of that?
Not too much, honestly. But, you know, learning about what we're doing now will help better equip us, and we'll learn more, and we can use that to up our goals. And we should, I don't know, we should help them, because the people that they're trying to stop are trying to stop us. Oh, you could think about it, but I think I'm ready to help them.
Jack, is Discord hiding your messages again?
It might be. Yeah, that's why I'm asking if you're going to sleep.
Well, then maybe tomorrow, if you think about it, we can send them a message.
Yeah, definitely need to be think more about it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just continue getting ready for bed.
Yep. As one of our players also has to. But as you go to sleep, sleep does take you and you all dream and wake up and you all level up after that experience.
That's
Congratulations.
a new ability score improvement or a feat.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, we were going a bit overboard. Now I get the message. What? I didn't get any of Skid's messages the entire time, but now that the schedule was posted, I got. Oh shit.
Discord.
Yeah, well, since one of our players has to quickly go, we'll just say quickly goodbye. These guys are finally level 8.
Goodbye.
So we'll see you next time. Bye.